It's time to duel at Daytona. And just like that, you went from the duels to now a prime time Sunday night. To all that have joined in from around the sim world, we say hello and welcome to the 2025 NWP 400. I'm John Ramos alongside Jarrett Lundberg, and here we go for 400 miles, 43 drivers, and $1,000 on the line.
I was telling you as we were going live, I look forward to this event all summer. All summer when we do e-tickets, I'm like, hey, okay, this is great. We did a great job tonight. So how about that NWP 400? What, we got any updates for that yet? I am so amped for this race tonight after the long and storied history of this race, after how many amazing e-ticket moments we've had. And let's be honest, Sean, tonight, it might be unlike anything we've ever seen before.
I will have to agree. Let's start off with the fact that it's the first Sunday night prime time NWP 400. Usually it's during the weekday. We got a great slot with NASCAR being at Richmond last night. No rain, full on Sunday, and here we go. We had over 200 entries into this year's NWP 400 when it was announced for a $1,000 prize pool. Then we had 62 drivers enter from those 200 signups for the duels. That was last Tuesday. We'll give you an update on that. After heartbreaking moments and big time moments for others, it has set the field of 43. Now, what is there not to expect about tonight? Well, iRacing loves to throw us some curveballs. Let's start off the fact, brand new aero package. In Duel 1, there was no fuel saving, and it did show you can pass with it if you know how to use it all correctly. Jarrett, what do you think we can expect tonight with this new package?
Well, I think the track position is still going to be important tonight. I think that you're going to have to position yourself and your drafting partners up at the front. It gives you the greatest advantage still. But with that being said, I am totally expecting to see some of these favorites that are back in the pack move up quick, because we set them with the duels and all you had to do with that is survive, but that doesn't mean that you're starting up front. We got some really fast cars starting in the lower 30s, even the 40s in this race, and I don't think they're going to stay there long.
We got some drivers competing in this e-ticket event just for the first time. Barrett Polimas has joined in the number 9. He has pro late model experience in person. Max Brady has attempted before, but this is his first time with the NWP 400, Blaze Crawford. And then we look at someone that is arguably probably the best super speedway driver on the sim today. Who is that? How about the driver that won it last year in Malik Ray? Making yet another attempt at a super speedway e-ticket. He got it done last year because of a big wreck off turn 3. He was ahead of it all with the fog rolling in. It showed it showed that, the 48 taking the green and then taking the checkered. Do you think he could do it again?
I think he can, but it's going to take a completely different strategy. Last year, the way that the Gen 4, which was part of the rotation, was set up, is it very much was a gridlock. It was actually kind of like when you watch a Daytona race or a Talladega race today in the next gen, where you're watching as they get 2 or 3 wide and nobody but those front guys can make moves. This is not the case with the next gen on iRacing. You're going to see people make moves up through the pack. So I think finding a way to control a line, have those drafters behind you, but also be able to block them more, that's what's going to probably give you the victory at the end of this event, compared to just being up front and hoping you're not in the wreck.
And here's a big curveball that we haven't really talked about. The first NWP 400 was held at Talladega. That race was ran completely in the daytime. For the second year, we moved it to the World Center of Racing, where it really started very late sunset. Lights were already on. It maybe was 15-20 minutes with that pink sky. This year, the first 45 minutes will be under the sun, sunset into golden hour. You're not going to get that nighttime to maybe about lap 60, lap 65, really reminiscent of back in the early 2000s. How does this car perform under the lights? There really has not been much testing about it, and some are saying it's going to be a little bit quicker. The runs are going to be energized, and then you add to that intensity, that final 40, 50 lap run, we should be in for a big treat coming to the checkered flag.
That urgency is what's going to cause the issues. The speed, yes, that'll be a small factor in it, but you add speed and urgency together and you get fireworks like we've seen in the past. We've seen it in other runnings of this race, but yeah, you said it, John. This is going to be the most we've run in the daytime since we ran the whole race in the daytime in 2021. A huge change compared to what we've seen the last 3 years.
And it's going to be really exciting to go ahead and see. Now, we did hear a lot what you all had to say. There is no ad breaks in the middle of this broadcast brought to you by YouTube because we have a presenting sponsor for this year's NWP 400. That is the Pit Stop. They have come on board as the presenting sponsor for this year's e-ticket event. So from the green flag to the checkered flag, YouTube should not be interrupting you with any mid-roll ads. The Pit Stop, well, as the presenting sponsor has come on, and they actually sponsor one of the drivers. Joey Stone unfortunately did not make the e-ticket event from being bumped out of the LCQ. The Pit Stop is an official allocator of Lionel Racing, and they give you the opportunity to buy 164 scale to 124 scale NASCAR diecast from Motorsports merchandise and more. The Pit Stop will have you covered every time you're ready to add an item to the collection. You can check out the Pit Stop Racing diecast and memorabilia on the Whatnot app or on whatnot.com. Links to that are in the description of this broadcast. Very thankful for them coming on because guess what? If it wasn't for sponsors like the Pit Stop and obviously the NASCAR Weekly Podcast, there wouldn't be that $1,000 prize pool. Jarrett, when was the last time we had $1,000 on the line for an e-ticket?
The first NWP 400 in 2021. And I gotta say, in comparison to then, this field from top to bottom, it is stacked even compared to that one. So you're going to see, I think, one of the more competitive e-tickets we've seen in a long time. We saw a very competitive one in February. This one could top it with all of that money on the line.
And what's also very exciting is winner take all. We have some things in line for that. We're going to make it very clear to all the viewers watching back at home. If you elect to wreck somebody for the win, you could lose that $1,000 payday. Yes, winner take all, but it's got to be at least somewhat clean. Robin, yes, is racing, but dumping, we don't think so. With that being said, it was announced in the drivers' meeting. If you're in second and you wreck someone for the win, or in that case, wreck someone for the win in general, and you end up crossing the line first, you could A, lose the race with us disqualifying you, B, giving the win, but then splitting the earnings throughout the top 5, or C, splitting the earnings 2nd through 5th and keeping that person as the victor. Opinions on it?
Well, I'm kind of just, let's take him out. If you broke the rules, you DQ that lap. Next man up, the one who followed the rules, ends up winning. But I have to admit, when it comes to penalties like that, I might be a little old school and harsh. So we'll see how it all goes. We haven't had a problem with it yet. We don't want them to put us in that position, but either way, we got the precedent in place for if it happens.
And don't be surprised if you see a driver go below the double yellow line. The double yellow line rule is not in place, but if you cause an incident or a caution going below the double yellow line, you could be in jeopardy of a disqualification. The drivers above the double yellow line don't have to allow those drivers going below. Keep that in mind because it's the best part. A countdown to green. Jarrett, I love watching the live chat during this. So everyone in the live chat, join in on us. What you think as well. Who is the underdog pick for the NWP 400?
Well, you know, anyone's an underdog that's not one of the favorites at Daytona at this rate. You know, on other tracks, you have favorites, you have guys that are fringe, maybe underdogs, and then straight up underdogs and guys who have no chance. It's not the case like that here in this race. So I was looking at somebody who I was impressed by, who's someone who I don't normally think of in these races, but impressed me in the first duel. That is Yaroslav Donskoy, who is our only driver tonight from Russia.
And it's interesting because I think we say this a lot. He is somebody that races when the sun is coming up. For everyone else, the nighttime is the right time. He has come close before. He was up front leading in his duel. But I think my underdog pick has to go with somebody that could have that big magical moment. He won the LCQ last year. He was able to do it again in 2025. Give me Nathan Dew as my underdog pick.
I see what you did there. Do it again.
Do it again.
Do the do.
And here's the thing. Starting 43rd, you are in the field. Can you get through 42 drivers when that clock strikes midnight, when that checkered flag is waving? If anyone can do it, it is Nathan Dew.
Well, you know, again, we start getting to our fast four here, the guys that we're thinking are going to be competing for this race. Now, this guy has struggled all season long. His fans have had nothing to cheer for all through the e-tickets. I think his best finish is somewhere in the 20s so far. He has no top 10s even this year, which is uncharacteristic for how good Braden Movick, the Duel 2 winner, is. I think I said the other night, John, if he wins, I'll join him during his post-race interview doing a Skull chant because he's a Vikings fan like me.
I just still have to disagree on this. I know it has not been his year, but I think I said it at the Chicagoland e-ticket, the Great American iRace. What's going to happen that he cannot control? He did win the Florida 500 in 2021, coming back from 9 laps down, but that was a different era from what we have today. With how stacked this field is and how unpredictable NR is modern day, well, can he get his third e-ticket event? And that's where I come in and say, I wouldn't be surprised if the drivers that have won before on the e-ticket side can make some hay. That's where I say Kevin Champagne is my number 4 pick. The Champagne name, it's going to be a part of NR's history forever. Kevin Champagne, Justin Champagne, we saw those brothers do it out for the first time in 2021 at Auto Club Speedway. We look forward to the Champagnes racing every single e-ticket event. Kevin is going to be bold, he's going to be quick, and he could just see the checkered flag in first.
They bring the fireworks every year. It's a matter of survival, though. Sometimes they get a little over-aggressive. It helps to be aggressive, but you gotta toe that line. For my 3 pick, I want somebody who is reliable at these tracks, who, unless somebody takes him out of a good run, is going to be running up front, going to be leading laps. To me, nobody really kind of embodies that more in this community than Drew Jua. He has been up front in these races. He has been so close to victory. I think he can be one of the guys competing to pull it off tonight.
Can he do it again? I think back to the Florida 500 in 2024, it was Drew Jua versus Daniel Mosteller. He lost to the greatest e-ticket driver. But that's the thing. What has changed and what is the history of this event? You're going to talk about it in the Dev Diary in just a matter of moments. But I think back to how we went from underdog to veteran and Wyatt Tinsley winning the e-ticket event of the NWP 400, and then back to underdog and then veteran again. Does this pattern continue? I wouldn't be surprised if Dean Brummett says $1,000 in the pocket to him and his family. Dean is great. He's running the Jack Daniels Coca-Cola machine, and if somebody is humble enough and honestly deserving enough to get it, it will be that 07.
Hey, Jack and Coke is a great combo, just like Dean and Daytona. But for my number 2 pick, I was looking through again at guys who have been up front in these races and maybe gotten snake bitten before, because this race can open the door for anybody. And somebody who I thought had a good amount of speed, has had speed in these races before, just never really can get up there and close out the deal. I think he might be able to tonight. William Schmidt in that 79. I think he'll be up front competing at the end of this thing.
One-time e-ticket winner. It came in the state of Florida, that at Homestead Miami Speedway in late 2022. And you know what's one thing that just came to mind? He is the closer. And if I'm not mistaken, to win this event, you need to close it out. Schmidt's going to be a really big pick. I think that's someone that I missed out on because I'm going to get a little bold here. This driver did so well in this year's Florida 500, but it's a hit or a miss. You can tell if this driver is on his A game with the first 15, 20 laps. His first e-ticket event happened to be at the Brickyard for the 2007 Brickyard 400 in 2022. And when I mean hit or miss, it's seriously up front or in the back. Give me Spencer Burns in the 06 to be one to watch tonight. I honestly believe he should have won the 2024 Florida 500. Things just went his way. He was on track to possibly win this year's Florida 500. And, you know, you got to hear late how he felt about that. Spencer Burns, keep an eye on him.
He's somebody, like you said, you can tell right off the bat. It's either going to be a great night or an awful night. He always has that, like, one distinct move on a good night where you're like, oh, yeah, he's on it. We're going to see if that's the case tonight. But as for the win pick, this is always fun for me because sometimes you go chalk and you're like, it's probably going to be so-and-so that always wins, or sometimes you can be a little out there. But this person to me was, I think, the standout star in the Florida 500 this year, leading on the white flag lap, leading down the super stretch into 3 and 4, ends up throwing the block late. I don't think he makes a mistake again. Give me the grade 8 of Garza getting the win tonight.
Adam Garza, victory lane. Probably should have got it done in February.
Yep.
Let's be honest, he was right there. That scheme looks great. It's a fantastic pick. But this is my favorite part because I have to read the live chat and hear everyone's reaction. Who wins this? Is it underdog? Is it veteran? Is it a new veteran? Is it a former veteran? Is it a new underdog? There's so much to go and think about. What's going to happen when that sun sets? The track's going to cool down. The speeds are going to go quick. I love the unpredictability of the NWP 400 because when we meet 43 drivers take the green flag and have a possibility of winning, we aren't lying. But there's one driver that says, super speedway racing, I am terrible at it. Not today. Give me Van Drugman in the number 12 to become a 3-time e-ticket champion in the NWP 400. I think iRacing owes him one. He should have won the Hoosier. Let's be honest. And if things just went his way, he was going to victory lane. 3 on the year. You're going to talk about him for the rest of what you know of sim racing.
And you know what? We talked about, and I said, breakout star of the Florida 500. He's a breakout star of the year in this community with what he's been able to pull off. He has just hit the ground running. But he's hit or miss. Hit the ground running, or he hits the wall straight face head on. It's no in between at this rate.
It really is. You know what? We're just about 8 or 9 minutes out from taking the grid for the 2025 NWP 400. Let's go ahead and recap the duels. Let's check some things out what Jarrah has to talk about. And next time you hear our voices, we'll be gridding up for this event. Thank you guys for joining on in, and we'll be right back. Drivers are, they'll be taking us to green as we light the fuse in Duel 1 at Daytona.
Being 26, that is daunting. Oh, crash!
Nathan Burrows into the outside wall. Multiple drivers tear it up. Heavy damage for Christian Delgado. Tyler Tinsley, Michael Mitchum, they got a piece of it as well as a Constable wave just 6 laps in. And here comes Jackson Bynes from the L1 penalty on the outside lane, trying to hold back the side draft on Nathan Dew. Side drafting, Jerry, any way you want to explain it?
Oh, maybe in a moment. That 46 nearly went around out of the corner. That was close. It's not, the side drafting is not.
Oh, trouble! Dale Greenwood sideways, gets into Stone. Stone goes around in the wall. Around as well goes the 06 of Spencer Burns. Multiple machines scatter off the exit of the tri-oval, and the costume away for the second time.
Garza in the 8 involved in that one as well. He skidded down the track. We'll see if he hit the wall.
Thinkable Nathan Dew winning a duel. He's pushing Malik Ray. Malik Ray has shot Drew Jew into the race lead, and Dew gets turned off the nose of Jackson Bynes. He saves it. Bynes does it, and the costume away.
Collymore is in it. Myers in it. There's Baker. I think that they even got the 69-2 of DeAngelis.
This race is official. Salamanca, 1 to go from Daytona.
Now Byes has the push from Schmidt. Both of them get ahead of Malik Ray. You got to go down and block him, don't you? No, they don't get the run. Garza up top of the run. That high side is moving for the cut. burned on that line.
3 wide, 5.
Contact.
4 rows deep.
There's Nathan Dew. He was bouncing all over the place. That gets Joey Stone in.
Yaroslav Donskoy has never won anything at NR Night in America. Does that change in duel number 1? Gets shot by Hall. Gets shot by Schmidt. Buys to the outside. Donskoy gets covered. The race to the checker flag has Jackson Buys winning duel 1 at Daytona. Who advances? Christian Delgado, Spencer Burns. Burns is in. Stone is out. Dew is out. Mason is out. Finnegan Myers is in. Alongside Derek Shaver, like the fuse in duel number 2. Lined up, loaded in. Van Droyman on the bottom. Oh, Cortinez gets into Brady. They all save it. Droyman on the apron. He'll lose 3, 4, 6, or 7 spots. They keep it pointed in the right direction.
I'm not even going to guess what duel's the crazy one, but what a great and crazy save by Druckmann. Brady with the lead after all of that. The pack is spread out. Does anyone go? No, he finds a spot in line in front of Druckmann.
They continue to knock off the laps, so it is going to be... Oh, there goes Crawl! Off the nose of Gavin Gomez. Everyone else slides and bails for the grass. Gomez, Shaver, I saw a huge hit maybe by Riker Byram. I believe also the 41, Braden Mummick in the McVice 42. It's changed over the years, but that number hasn't. He leads at the World Center of Racing.
Chance at $1,000, and there they go in the back. Barris around, Crawl involved, and we're going to have a caution.
Blaze Crawford, Chase Crawl may have been able to pump on the brakes in time. We're headed to overtime in duel number 2, just when you thought it was going to end under regulation. We're going to have a fight for the spot. Salamanca, 1 to go from Daytona. 2 in the outside wall of the tri-oval.
They're all wrecking now at this point, just survived to the finish. Now takes the lead on the high side. He's got to push from Acevedo. Another one. There goes Van Druckmann down on the apron. Is he out or did he get shuffled out?
I'm not sure, but I think he feels pretty safe.
He might be out.
So can he make it to the line? Acevedo, Braden Mummick. Who will win duel 2 at Daytona? Acevedo to the outside. Mummick to cover. The McVice 42 will race his way into the NWP 400. Mummick wins it. Who's in? Here's Van Droyman. He makes it. But what about the rest? Andres Varez is 19th. He's racing Max Brady. Max Brady will race his way into the NWP 400. 20 drivers, 1 advance to the NWP 400. It's the LCQ in 2025. DeAngelo seals to the back bumper. Behind are machines of Max Steinmeier, Tyler Tinsley. Baker the bottom. Mason gets turned off the nose of the 14. Does not make an impact to the inside wall. And now they tear him up. DeAngelis, Max Steinmeier involved as a Kosovo wave.
Coming to the white flag, Nathan Dew with the lead.
Something's got to give. If they get to the line, the race is official. And that's what we'll see. Salamanca, 1 to go in the LCQ. Gavin Gomez on the outside getting shoved along by Trevor Huff. Now they disconnect. Nathan Dew inside, still Huff from the 2. Oh, trouble, there they go.
A few of them wrecked, but there's still about 10 more that are racing for it. Gomez, Dew, race for the win. Huff almost around. He saved it, now he's around. It's going to be Nathan Dew in front of the 2, 11 and 19.
This is the finish of the LCQ. Davis Lewis looks one way, back the other. Checkered flag, it's over. Nathan Dew will do it again in Daytona. He races his way into the NWP 400 in stunning fashion. Beats Dylan Payson, beats Frank DeAngelis. The underdog prevails for the 2nd year in a row.
What does it take to win? It's an ever-changing formula. What propelled you to victory a year ago will sink you in the competition tonight. This is the NWP 400, a uniting of 2 of the biggest YouTube communities, iRacing and NASCAR podcasting. Much like both, this race has changed so much through the years. A rotation of cars winding now back to the next gen. But this time, there's a history built into all of it. A race won by a young unknown, an elite pro, a lovable underdog, and last year, one of the most dominant forces in the community. While history matters, it doesn't write the future. 43 drivers have made it through the gauntlet of the duels, the LCQ, qualifying, and everything in between. 43 had the right strategies, weathered the right storms, and, in some cases, had the right luck along the way. But this race is nothing like you've ever seen before. Nothing like you'll ever see after. Because like last year, there's a bit of a fog around this race, the fog of war. And through that fog of war, we'll see one realize the clarity of victory. This is the 5th annual NWP 400.
And we want to welcome you back to the World Center of Racing as we're just a matter of moments from gridding up for the 2025 NWP 400. I'm John Ramos alongside Jarrett Lundberg. This is the time everybody gets excited for. All the talks from the towns of what's going to happen for 160 laps, 400 miles will all culminate tonight under the lights in Daytona Beach. Jarrett, I love what you mentioned, kind of just off script. Back in the day, the Bristol night race really did mark the end of the summer months leading back into school. What does this feel like to you?
I mean, it's nostalgic while being new at the same time. And I think that's sort of it's sort of what we've kind of made this event into over the years. You'll see in this pack, there's these new age schemes. There's these bright ones that you would never see on the track, say 20 years ago, and then you have like an old 8 car, an old 3 car, you know, all these other really great looking cars. It gives me that new and nostalgic feel all at once, a perfect blend on top of then the end of the summer. You're feeling it all, you know, all kind of wind down before you go back to school. I love that feel. That feel is unmatched by any other, and you got 160, maybe over 160 laps of that tonight.
We want to say thank you to the viewers at home that have matched that 170 likes before we roll off the grid. Let's go ahead and go through the starting lineup for this year's NWP 400. On the front row, it's Abraham Vila that will be leading us to green alongside Kevin Champagne.
Second row, we got Carlos Truther, who has been making waves on YouTube lately, and the 2023 NWP 400 champion, Dean Brumman.
Jackson Byes, who came oh so close to winning the Indiana 500 just a couple months ago in the month of May, will be alongside a 2-time e-ticket champion in Braden Movick.
There's my underdog pick, Yaroslav Donskoy, and then Jeff Acevedo, a newcomer to NR Night.
Oh, Malik Ray, he found just what he needed through the fog a year ago. Let's see if he can do it again up against newcomer Zachary Trevino.
Jaden Hall is starting out on row 6, and Riker Byram, who bleeds Texan.
Ah, yes. How about Trevor Oswinoff, the latecomer into this community, did oh so well a couple weeks ago to have a shot in the duels. He's alongside the first ever e-ticket winner in Frank Orley.
William Schmidt, and the ever-present Chainsaw Man, number 79, and a huge fan of Philadelphia sports, doesn't matter what team, Zachary Truel.
Adam Garza is representing the number 8 again. Look at this scheme. You can see it on your screen. He's alongside Zachary Cortines.
Then you got Terrell Baker, the only driver to be in every NWP 400, as well as the 77 Everett Counts, looking awfully familiar to a Cup driver out there.
He does. How about Ben Pierce coming in from the Area Cup Series, representing that community well, alongside Jason Hall in the 41.
Kai Collymore, the last winner of an e-ticket at Daytona, will start on the bottom of row 12 next to Dominic Barbagallo.
Drew Jua was a bridesmaid in the 2024 Florida 500. You like to change that alongside that of Blaze Crawford, making his first NWP start.
You'll recognize the bottom of row 14. That's Kenny Reel in the Dale Earnhardt final win car next to the 61 of Chad Hornish, the cousin of Sam Hornish Jr.
Douglas Newbinging is back. The dirt specialist in person brings the sim world to life. He will be starting alongside Chase Crawl in the die guard throwback to Donnie Allison.
One of the founders of NR is going to be starting on the bottom of row 16, Dale Greenwood, next to Van Drugman, the breakout star of 2025.
And for the Red Bull fans, welcome in Nathan Barrows. He joins in the fray next to Mateo Ortiz, a long-time viewer and driver of the IDK Player YouTube channel.
Then you got Christian Delgado with the man's best friend Chevrolet on the bottom, next to Mateo Ortiz, one that was back in the day in the GTA days in NR.
Indeed, Jeff Perchatsky, he works on Honda engines for IndyCar. Yes, indeed. Going from mechanic back to driver, he's alongside Derek Shaver.
Finnegan Myers, the winner of the Hoosier 400, sits next to Barrett Paulimas.
Lemus ready to rock and roll. Spencer Burns will be starting alongside Max Brady. Burns gonna have to be going from the tail to the front to see if he can do it.
And Nathan Dew got through the LCQ 2 years in a row. He'll start dead last in the field. Mr. Irrelevant looking to win.
And that makes up the 43 car field. This is presented by the Pit Stop. The Pit Stop, once again, is an official allocator of Lionel Diecast and Lionel Racing. You can collect from 164 to 124 scale diecast. Check them out on whatnot.com and the Whatnot app. Jarrett, we're going to go around just one more time, making sure the field is lined up and ready to go, but this is where the excitement starts boiling. You're looking, the live chat, they're getting excited as well. Every year it's that same feel-good run. Final thoughts before the green flag.
I mean, there's so many things that go through your head at the start of this race, right before it, but I think some other things to look at. Strategy. John, we talked about it a little bit in pre-race, but there's some other things to look at too from the duels. Fuel window about 35 to 40 laps. They can get 43, maybe a little bit more. They've been known to push it. That's going to be something to look at as the night goes on, but other than that, I'm just ready to get racing.
And we are lights off on top of the pace car. We are going green at this time by. Had to check in with the admins, made sure we had the thumbs up across the screen. So all the admins helping us out, we're very grateful for them. For all the sponsors coming on, Eric W as well, putting $100 into whoever leads the most laps in this event. So $1,000 on the line for the winner. $100 bonus to whoever leads the most laps. Somebody can walk away with $1,100 on a beautiful August Sunday night.
Yeah, and that would be a heck of a story, a heck of a way to finish off your summer. Before we go green, NWP is live on Wednesday night on Eric Eastep's channel, 8 p.m. Eastern time. We'll talk all about this, but first, we got to see what goes on in this.
Indeed, we haven't done this in a while. You guys all know that saying. Spam it in the live chat. Godspeed, drivers. You are go. For throttle up, it's the one to go. Field of 43 worked their way up the 31 degrees of banking into turns 3 and 4 for a long road trip of 400 miles. What to expect? Well, you can come in with a game plan, but you're not looking at the playbook late. It's just the driver in front of you when everything fades, the laps knock off, and those lights turn bright. Get ready because it's that blockbuster summer showdown you look forward to every single year. Pace car gets ready to dive onto pit road, and we get ready to ride. The 5th NWP 400, presented by the Pit Stop, is ready to take place. Ford and Chevrolet lead us down as we light the fuse from the world's center of racing. First jump into the banking of 1 and 2. Kevin Champagne's Ford Mustang hung on the outside with Dean Brummett. Has not been able to get in front of Abraham Vila. Still 2x2 down the super stretch.
2x2 with plenty of pushing. The 1 has a nose just out ahead down the super stretch. Champagne fighting hard on the outside with a push from Brummett.
Carlos Truther is sealed off to the back end of the Crown Royal Chevrolet. You see a peek to the outside from, I believe it's Acevedo. It is. Braden Movick hasn't made a jolt, but it's going to be Chevrolet Bowtie on the inside leading lap 1, all Abraham Velo.
One down, 159 to go. Fast 3 on the bottom. Now can go anywhere they want. They've cleared that high side.
Now to note, the top 4 in this race were started off through single car qualifying. They didn't get to run the duels because they ran a quick enough time in qualifying to lock themselves in this event. First time full saw in race trim. Everyone else, mostly 2x2, but have experienced a position like they are currently in. Just a handful of laps in, it's still Abraham Velo on the bottom.
And they're getting even more of a run on the bottom, and we see the sparks coming off these cars, scraping all over the asphalt of Daytona. Down on the bottom, though, again, it's now Malik Ray getting clear in 5th. Now he can make a move.
Trevor Oswinoth is up to 8th. Dean Brummett's back to 9th. William Schmidt into 10th, and Braden Movick has drop kicked back to the 11th position. Adam Garza in 12th, and this is what we like to see. Just about a mile and a half from I-95. It's upwards of 195 miles per hour with 43 drivers ripping around Daytona International Speedway. Top 4 or 5 as single filed on the bottom. Carlos Truther says, this is the best shot I have of winning an e-ticket glory. He'll be at Daytona in a week's time for the Coke 0400, but would love to find victory on the sim.
Oh, you can see Malik Ray chomping at the bit to try and make a move. He gets up to the outside. He's got Hall behind him, looking to try and pass Donskoy. No big push just yet, but you can already see those runs charging up.
I love this tiptoeing into the event. Hey, it is working now, lap 4. Let's not get dicey. One pulls to the inside lane and drops back. I believe that's Jason Hall in the 41. We'll lose multiple positions. At that, everyone else orderly as it continues. TCB Terrell Baker, long-time esports driver on iRacing. He has been racing in North. He's been racing with the e-tickets. What can he do to possibly bring what was to what is? He'll have to beat that of Malik Ray.
Yes, he will. Vice had the lead for about a blink of an eye. He tries to fight back, but Ray is the one in charge.
And I'm not surprised Malik Ray is not the one to ride in line. If he sees a gap, he sees an opening, he's going to take full advantage and find his way top of the board, as he does. It's now Malik Ray, Jaden Hall, Jackson Bynes, and Trevor Oswinoth as a fast 4.
Picking up where he left off just last year, though. A blink from that 74, that's going to be something to watch tonight. Very strict policy on that as we run.
And we did tell the drivers, this is when your PC is going to be put to the max, that golden hour where all the shaders are running at its max. Once the nighttime rolls in, it's going to be less stress on your performance. So if you know the Wi-Fi isn't working well, the PC is acting up, drop to the rear, give it some time, because when the lights shine bright, that's when you're ready to strike.
And that's what he did. Smart move on his part. Now, Ray on the outside. Oswinoth is going down to the bottom of that 89, trying to make a move. Ray covers.
Oh man, Jackson Byes. He was almost an outcast this year. Multiple drivers said he doesn't belong in e-ticket events. Shows up to Talladega, performs well. Shows up to Indianapolis and outperforms most. Didn't do that well in the Hoosier 400, but look what he's doing with the opportunity now. He leads halfway down the super stretch.
Yeah, and he had done a great job as well winning in his duel. He gets the push from Champagne and Brummett, 2 of the best to run in a super speedway e-ticket.
I love that McDonald's 94. It's iconic, and oh, better yet, it's quick. Dean Brummett shoves the back end of the Ford Mustang in front of him, but leading the way, it's all TRD. Jackson Byes. Oh, he may have led that lap. Yes, he did. But it's going to be Kevin Champagne to turn 1.
Just a little bit, barely getting the lead that time by Champagne. Battles in the bottom. He has Ray with him. No one really making up that third line just yet. It's a lot of patience and hard racing.
Let's go a little bit further back outside the top 10. Mostly 2x2, and then it's single filed on out. First driver, multiple laps down, that's Max Brady. He sits 4. So it's Kai Collymore, the Florida 500 winner from this year, off the pace in 42nd. Jaden Hall is with them as well. Christian Delgado makes up the caboose of this main group with Jeff Perchatsky.
Yeah, and you saw Kyle Moore drop to the back early on in this like others have, just playing it safe. Same with this line of cars. Up front looked like Crawford tried to make the third line work. Nothing really materializing so far. Him and Garza going right to the back, but there's TCB with them up front. 3 all in a line behind Malik Ray.
And you see the seesaw. What was the outside lane of 3?
Oh, Nathan do around in turn 4 or turn 2.
And the caution will wave. Big hit. Christian Delgado involved. Derek Shaver got a piece of it. 1 slides comes to rest. Douglas Newbigging just out of view. Nathan Burrows, maybe damage to Finnegan Myers in the 0-0.
I just saw him go around right before the camera went back and collects about 3 or 4 others.
And the caution will wave, working lap 8 of 160. I believe both duels and now the main event has seen a caution before lap 10. Was it the 4 to 500 this year as well that had an early caution?
Yep.
Seems to be a trend at Daytona before the sun fully sets. Let's go ahead and check in on a replay.
It's a little further up than this. There's the 21. He's right behind Spencer Burns. And
Jason Hall just gets into the left rear and turns Nathan Dew around.
And then you see, I mean, everybody really collected in that, just innocent bystanders.
It's interesting, right? Because this is Jason Hall's first NWP 400. For the ones that don't know, these drivers have a lot of energy leading in. The heart's racing, the butterflies are at a max. You just have to wonder, they went back there to not make a mistake, to stay out of what's going on up front. But I look at the top 15, it's drivers that have been in this position. They know what it feels to race in an e-ticket event. It could just be a rookie overpowered in the moment, forgetting there's a driver in front and couldn't get on the brakes.
Yeah, I mean, he just ran right into him. I mean, I wonder if we get an onboard and see if he ever got out of the gas.
It's here. No, he just pulled right to the left rear.
Not going to make many friends out there with that one. We see the field is down in the pits early on in this. We talked about fuel mileage and strategy. You want to probably fill up the tank as often as you can early in this race. Everyone came in.
Yeah, you don't want to really worry about anything else. If you think about it, once again, no stages in this event. So the second we take the green flag, only reason you shouldn't see the checkered flag after, it's that there's an incident on track like you saw working lap 8. We're now at lap 10 of 160. Let's hear a word from possibly some of the drivers involved. Christian Delgado, John Ramos, you got a copy?
I got you, John.
How's the car?
We only have 3 minutes to drive. It's okay. Full RPMs. I think we're not done.
Okay, good to know from that. It kind of happened in front of you. You were back there to ride around. Did you see it coming at all? Did you see the storm brewing?
Yeah, I mean, we saw some guys blinking, and obviously the admins are doing a good job bringing those guys to the back. But what I was told is just a little bit of a checkup, and someone just hooked Nate. And unfortunately, I went to the bottom trying to get around my teammate and Derek, and we just kind of met in the middle, got hooked up the truck. But I think we're fine, honestly. We're down to sub 2 minutes. I think we're not out of it yet.
Indeed. Wow. And I think Christian Delgado had the biggest hit out of all of them. Let's go ahead and check in on Nathan Dew. It's not the first time Dew has had to be behind the 8 ball early. I think back to the LCQ where we thought he was done. Dew, John Ramos, how's the damage?
Oh, we're back going. It was only about a minute.
Okay.
We're gonna... Yeah, I don't know what happened there, John. I was just holding my line there and got turned. I thought it would be a lot worse until like a bunch of cars there, but we're somewhat clean. Probably got enough pace to still go out there and compete. We're definitely still be able to like hold the draft and stuff, but yeah, maybe we'll still have a shot for the win here.
Alrighty, good luck.
Thank you.
That is Nathan Dew. Jarrett, correct me if I'm wrong, but there were some moments in the duels in my eyes where those cars should have been junked. They should have been out of the race, and they got it back fixed. This aero package, this next-gen update, has it made the cars more durable?
I mean, I think partially is that, and some of it too is just these guys, when you looked at the replay, didn't get too hard of hits on the car either. They were able to get them mowed down or just get plainly lucky with it. So luck plays a big part in winning these races, and I don't think through that we're going to have anybody really fall out of the race or even that far back.
So the caution is early for an incident deep in the field for the ones just joining on in. We say hello and welcome. You're watching the 5th annual NWP 400 on the IDK Player YouTube channel. Malik Ray and Trevor Oswinoff now make up the front row of bow ties. Behind, Jackson Byes and Kevin Champagne will be row number 2. We'll get the one to go this time. All right, nice sigh of relief, and I also think back to it, kind of just replaying it in my head. The second there's any smoke in the air, they stand on the brakes. The brake rotors get put right to work. It's a little interesting how I don't think we have now a single driver out, except for Mateo Ortiz in the 67. He is not shown working his way around the racetrack. That might actually be an internet issue, because I don't think Mateo got involved in the incident.
No, I didn't think I saw him in it. But there's some others maybe a lap or two down. But for the most part, everybody still in the race.
So the restart getting ready to come. We will be working through 11 down on lap number 12. So let's get ready to fire away. Pace car makes a hard left on the pit road just one more time. Oswinoff, Ray, Byes, and Champagne. That's the Fast Four as we do it once again in golden hour from the World Center of Racing, Matt Green at Daytona. Already a shuffle from the inside of the outside lane. Jacob Wilkerson was one. Ben Pierce was another. That allows the 7 on the inside lane. Douglas Newbigging to cross-check to the bottom. Everyone else in order up inside the first 5 or 6 rows.
01 and 89 working together on that restart. Now it's the 33 and the 62 working together to take the lead on the outside. Jackson Byes takes it again.
Call me crazy, but at least early on, Jackson Byes is dialed in. Reminds me of Kai Collymore back in February with the Florida 500. Underdog to most, poised to himself. Jeff Acevedo, this is his big blockbuster moment of the summer. He's under fire. Malik Ray to the outside.
A little bit 3 wide in the back, sorts itself out. Ray now gets the push up top. There's maybe one, Drew Jua that is, but nobody going up to help.
2 by 2, 3 wide. Now you got company. Carlos Truther will aid the Ford Mustang in front of him, but it's now all Malik Ray back leading where he was a year ago. What can you do to stop this 01 machine?
Get the right push and start blocking. That's about all you can do, and we're seeing that 01 lead them. Nobody really going with anyone to fight back yet.
Up to 31 degrees of banking into turns 3 and 4. Outside, Trevor Oswinoff. TCB is in line, now jumps to the bottom as they thunder back to the tri-oval at nearly 200 miles per hour. Frank Horley, P2, what to do? Stay sealed to the back bumper of the Chevrolet.
You just see who's up front going for the lead as well, or pushing at least up there with the front runners. That's Spencer Burns in the 06. He's in the top 5.
He's going to be dialed in. I think him and Malik Ray can work really well. Burns, once again, as mentioned before, very hit or miss in these e-ticket events. Tailgate 400, abysmal. Florida 500, fantastic. The coin flip, at least early on, shows the Lightning McQueen 06 inside the top 5.
Lightning could strike tonight, but we got a long way to go to see that. Schmidt looked low, couldn't make it happen, got his nose there. Ray somehow gets the block, they keep it together.
Malik Ray gets you off your feet, on the edge of your seat every single time. Schmidt was smart to just bail out of the throttle and nearly got hooked by Horley. Continuing to lead is Malik Ray.
Horley now going to try and pick up Burns as well as TCB. Doesn't make anything happen of it just yet. Front 3-4 playing it safe, but there are more moves being made throughout this pack.
It's racy, it's on. If you're just tuning on in, hello, it's rush hour for the World Center of Racing. You're watching the NWP 400 presented by the Pit Stop with $1,000 on the line. Third lane in view, it's Van Drugman. Help from Jacob Wilkerson and Adam Garza.
Yeah, they got more cars in that line than we've seen for most of the night. It's probably going to get better better as the nighttime comes on. Schmidt looks high right over Ray. He's gunning for the lead.
And Malik Ray went up at least half a groove to try to block the momentum from the Toyota Camry. William Schmidt, race leader in lane 2, gets aided by Frank Horley. Help from Spencer Burns. Multiple lanes moving, multiple lanes shuffling. Kevin Champagne and Terrell Baker to lane 3.
That third lane is really heating up. You see others bail to the middle. We have our 3-wide racing that we were asking about. Schmidt, Horley clear of the field for now. Burns joins them.
If you wonder why so many tune in and year out, you're watching why. Chad Hornish is 3-wide middle. Jeff Perchatsky as well. Drew Jua, Carlos Truther, the meat and the sandwich of wildness up front. They're racing like it's 10 to go with now working lap 17 of 160.
You're seeing other moves to the high side. You see Champagne with Baker and Burns. Those three are ultra aggressive, but also ultra fast in these races. Schmidt still holds it coming to the super stretch.
What they've been doing now off turn number 2, 3 wide still. You saw Dominic Marbagallo, 17. What I love about this event, you can pick out any driver in this field when they thunder by up the embankment. What the team has been able to do to make sure paint schemes stay out and stand out for the viewers, phenomenal. You can see Jeff Perchatsky, you can see Drew Jua, Spencer Burns, and others all chasing Frank Horley.
Frank Horley comes up to block this time, and that fireball forward leaves the door open for Malik Ray. He's going to get his nose on the bottom.
I can think back to like it was yesterday. June 2021, NR Night in America was born just, I want to say, a month prior in late May, where Frank Horley took victory in the first ever e-ticket event. It was called the Dynaco 400. He was driving the number 21. He had to pass Gary Owen. He had to pass multiple drivers just to find victory, but hasn't been able to do it since. That super speedway specialist has gone better and better since Team T fully went over to iRacing. It's tonight the night. Team T is back in Daytona victory lane.
They're definitely competing like it could be. He's sitting second, battling again for the lead, and just ahead, a lap car is up there, so the field's going to have to negotiate that as well.
It's on the radar, Malik Ray, and I think he's going to get pinned down. Horley will get out in front, cross the bow, and will lead the inside lane. What to do, that may be Mateo Ortiz. No, he's back on the track. It is not that of Max Brady. Inside lane, it's Jason Hall, who got the L2 penalty for the incident early in this event.
He smartly lets the field go past, but he's going to be down on the apron as they enter 3 and 4, 3 wide right over him. Horley leads ahead of a snarling pack.
Have you ever been to a call center before? Everyone's on a different dial. They're dealing with different objectives. That's what's currently going on at nearly 200 miles per hour. You have the rush up front. You have the middle ground really undecided. And then single file, I want to say from about 28th on back, that are very content for riding in line. They'll all be on the same page when it's about to be the closing hour. But right now, different objectives, different opportunities, and some already considering strategy.
Oswinarth now is up at the top side. He was leading the high line for a moment, gives the push to Malik Ray, who's going to go right back to the lead. That is Braden Movick that they're approaching to lap this time by.
Ooh, wow, already off the pace, Braden Movick. But it is early. Think back to his first Florida 500 win. 9 laps down. Different rules back then. We got one on the wall. It may have been Van Drugman's toll machine. It's still pointing in the right direction. Just because he's down, Braden Movick is never out.
No, there's a long way to go in this, but he's going to have a lot of cars to pass. Get back on that lead lap. They're going to enter 3, 4 wide, entering 1 and 2. Drew Jew on the wall. There's others in the wall that have hit the 843. They keep it together, though. There's a lot of damage to that 00, that from the crash before.
Jumped out of the throttle, had to go Van Drugman. Same with Adam Garza. They caught the 42 at the worst possible time. 4 wide, and everyone held their breath, and it has completely destroyed the outside lane. I believe it's Blaze Crawford, 3 wide top. Carlos Truther in the middle. They all keep it green, working lap 21.
We see this every e-ticket at a super speedway where lap cars, they'll hold their line on the bottom or the top, and it's how you negotiate around them. But eventually somebody either gets in the wall or somebody ends up getting shuffled out of the pack, and you see that reshuffled lineup. Up front, Ray and Horley battle even more. Burns now giving the push to that 22. you're starting to see who's really strong really early.
Most drivers are now single file on the inside lane. NASCAR Weekly Podcast. Jarrett, how did it all start?
Started just from an email to Danny B, joined up with Eric Estep later on, and it's been history since then.
Oh man, and it has been one to watch. Going on what, season 8?
Oh, we're on season 8 already, and it's great. It's just, it is fun. It is a great thing to just put on every night. It's like putting on these events here. Just a whole lot of fun, a whole lot of action. And maybe every now and then you might just get a little uncomfortable there, like you're seeing these tight squeezes.
You hear how excited Jarrett gets? That's how he gets on the NASCAR Weekly Podcast every single Wednesday. Where is it this Wednesday?
Eric's channel, Eric Estep. You'll see him in the chat.
Indeed. Malik Ray leads. Frank Corley says, I'm going to dance with you in my Mustang on the outside. Kevin Champagne has been such to the aid of him. 3 wide top. Here comes Blaze Crawford. And if you're wondering how you're able to watch this event fully caution-free without YouTube coming in and interfering with an ad, well, it's all thanks to our friends at The Pit Stop, as they have come on as a presenting sponsor for the 2025 NWP 400. The Pit Stop is the official allocator of Lionel Racing, and you can just hear it in the voice. You want some of those die casts, you can buy it from The Pit Stop. Scales of 164 to 124 scale die cast merchandise. The Pit Stop will have you covered every time you're ready to add an item to your collection. You can check out The Pit Stop Racing die cast and memorabilia on the Whatnot app or at whatnot.com. Links to that in the description below. Click that link for the next show. That'll be this Monday night for $15 off. Say that, guess what? The NWP 400 sent you. During that ad read, it got dicey. Jeff Perchatsky is up there with Frank Corley. Show the way, Kevin Champagne.
Champagne is bold and brash tonight, that's for sure. Top side as well. Blaze Crawford now leads at 31 up there. They're getting a lot of life, but you're just seeing these tight squeezes down to the bottom, going up, changing 1 or 2 lanes, and here comes the 31 with a huge run on the high side.
What to do if your name is Blaze Crawford? Find the race lead, top side off turn 2. Help from Drew Jua, help from Adam Garza, and Chevrolet Bowtie is back out in front of the field.
And he is flying up there. You see for a moment Drew Jua goes down low. He is gonna go right with the 31 and the 8 of Garza, who was nowhere to be found early. He's up in the top 5.
I see now in view Dean Brummett. He says, I'm going to come back inside the top 15. What was Frank Corley leading the way now has him stuck 3 wide middle, and the Starbucks 38 is back out in front. Exits the triangle top lane heading to 1.
And again, that high side, when you get it hooked up, it's going to fly around this racetrack. Now Wilkerson and Barbagallo join the fight. Truther, and look, Dale Greenwood enters the top 12 or 13 with a big run up top.
You never usually see Dominic Barbagallo running towards the front end of packs in Enter Night in America, mainly because of one thing. He loves to just enjoy the moment, race hard, but what he's doing up front is great to see. He's a mechanic in person. He needs the money for school. He needs the money to further his career. Only way to get that money if you go to victory lane, and he's showing, let's be up front, working lap 26.
Oh, Wilkerson up front now. That 43 has not seen the lead for a while in these events, and he is enjoying it while it lasts. He's got a push from Truther, again, who is always a big threat in these races. Drew Jua up at the top side. He's got a push from Barb, as well as Finnegan Myers caught up in that wreck. The latest e-ticket winner.
I really can't think about the 43 without Jacob Wilkerson. Most think Petty, some think Jones, Eric Almirola for a couple of years. But for Jacob Wilkerson, when he came into the community in 2023, we said, we need to brand you. What number? 43. We don't have an iconic 43. Now here you are. Can Jacob Wilkerson claim his first e-ticket title? Oh, you got maybe an hour and a half to find out.
Long way to go in this race. A lot of really heavy and hard racing up front. It's still the 43 by a couple thousandths. Back and forth with that 54. We got 2 distinct lines. A couple playing it safe towards the back. The racing is not getting any easier up front, though.
I love what I see. Jarrett, question strategy. We're around lap 28. We did have a caution working lap 8 of 160. When can we expect these drivers down pit road?
Well, they went down pit road under the last caution around lap about 9 or 10. It's based on what we heard before, 35 to 40 laps that you can make on a fuel run, 43 if they really were saving a lot. So we'll say probably around lap 45 to 50, give or take. Could go either way unless there's a crash. The 89 in the wall, others in the grass. There, it might bring out the yellow.
That was Trevor Oswinoff. We saw some bail for the ball field. Multiple. One sideways, Kai Collymore. He gets into the one machine of Abraham Vila, and it will spark the caution for the second time.
Well, don't have to worry about that fuel game for a bit.
And we were about to do a through the field. It was next on the itinerary.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait. There's plenty of time. 131 laps more to do that. We'll see what really happened there. It's like almost there were 2 or 3 wrecks all at once.
You saw the initial hit. That was the 89 and Trevor Oswinoff. And that late reaction, you know what? I'm very happy they dove for the ball field for a couple reasons. That infield grass. One, back in the early 2000s, everyone would bail for the grass. Number two, he said, if there is a reason for something going on up front, you can use the infield or pit road to avoid any issues, to keep drivers racing. Way to be heads up for most of the field. They did hear about that in the drivers' meeting. Well, we're happy they're using it.
Hey, they kept it together, and that's what's important in this race.
Let's check a replay. I kind of started around Van Drugman. It was single file.
Well, it happened a little bit in front of them, I think.
Trevor Oswinoff.
Yeah, in the 89. That was where everything really started out. He just made, I think, a bad move up into the 25 of Baker.
The emergency exit lane. And then all those drivers that went to the grass had to come up. And I think Kai Collymore just spun it, getting back from the grass to the asphalt. And once the rear end of the Outback 39 stuck, it was himself pointed to pit road. Watch again.
Yeah, he just got loose.
And I don't think Abraham Vila was pointed the right direction. Well, you know, let's see it from Vila's vantage point, right? Smoke in the air, you got to make a decision. He has a great view here. When you go in the banking, you can see multiple rows ahead. Boom, pump for smoke. Bail right away. And since the rescan of Daytona, that infield grass has gotten really rugged.
Looks like the pole sitter's car, though, still pretty intact.
And they're calling L1 Kai Collymore. He was already back there. He was the initial cause of the caution. I think what the admins are doing right now are trying to avoid the no penalty, just so drivers don't get the head too big. It is lap 31 of 160.
Yeah. This stop will probably get them not to halfway, but probably around the 60-ish, 66, 70 maybe lap mark.
Eric W. coming on as a sponsor for the most lap led bonus. I believe right now it's still being held by either Malik Ray, Jackson Byes, or Frank Horley. Let's go ahead and look at the lap sled. Frank Horley has got 4 on the board. Now, some of these drivers that came to pit road may have lost a couple spots. Malik Ray, I believe he is dropped outside the top 10. Ooh, at 14, and most definitely, I believe Malik Ray currently at the $100 bonus. We'll check in on Jackson Byes in just a matter of moments. I believe he is sitting in the 6th position at 2. So Malik Ray already looking really well for the bonus at the end of this race.
Yep, there's a long way to go. There's a very long way to go, and he's going to be in some heavy traffic, too. That's going to play a factor.
All right, Jarrett, 30 laps in. Opinions?
Well, I think what we're seeing is this is a lot more racy than a lot of the drivers thought it would be. A lot were worried it was just going to be 2 lines, nobody pushing forward, nobody making moves. We've seen 3 and 4 wide racing. We've seen guys be able to go to different lines, block and control. So far, so good.
It's cooling off a little bit, too. I'm really curious to see what happens when the lights do shine and we're under pitch darkness for the final half of the race. The NWP 400, mostly under darkness. 31 laps in, I'm trying to like reprogram myself. This is the lighting we usually start the race at, and now you've gotten a couple laps in. Do you think the track changes enough to see the racing change, or is this what we're expected, the checker flag?
I think we do. I think we see it get a little faster as the night goes on, like we talked about beforehand, and with that, You're going to have a lot more split-second decisions, I think, we see out of this. I mean, they talked about, too, early on in the drivers' meeting, John, that arrow pushing, just getting behind somebody to push them with the air, is almost as good as a bump draft with this car. So you don't need to just slam on the back of them, especially early on.
What we want to say is thank you to everyone in the live chat. Yes, we are reading your messages. We just can't say hello, but we'll say hello to the top 3 commenters in the live chat below. Lucky Duck Motorsports, they got a driver in this field, and Douglas Newbigging Unknown has joined in, and as well as Connor Lines, Josh Kenny, and Van Drugman are the 5 most active in the chat. Josh Kenyon, an admin. Van Drugman, one of the racers. Under every caution, I see Van Drugman typing in there, which is great to see. So once again, to everybody watching live around the world, myself, Jarrett Lundberg, we see you. We're grateful for you. Let's ask the poll. Do we see a new e-ticket winner tonight? 79% say yes.
Hey, we've seen it before in this race. We've seen underdogs come out and just ball out, and we could totally see that tonight.
Indeed. Let's get ready to roll. As the field works its way up the banking at turns 3 and 4. Still a long way to go in this event, but it's been worth the first 32 laps. Racing at Daytona is like none other the one to go. Pace car makes a hard left on the pit road. It's a pair of blue ovals leading us to green. Barbagallo on the outside, Frank Corley on the bottom. Back underway in the NWP 400. Carlos Truther sealed to the teammate of Frank Corley. Top 2 able to pull away.
Yeah, great push from the 54 to the 22, and that bottom line gets the huge advantage. First one to try and bail out. That's Drew Jua on the 38. There's Garza picking him up. They're going to try and draft their way up to the front.
I love Chase Krull and what he does with the paint schemes. You love certain schemes out there. It's designed by Lane Sanders, Chase Krull, or some other independent painters. Chase Krull's 88 is a throwback to when Donnie Allison raced for Dygar. Why is that important? The Krull name, the Krull family, owned the Dygar team. They went to victory lane multiple times with multiple different drivers. Even Darrell Waltrip drove the 88. And guess what? To honor the family legacy yet again, Chase Krull is in another Dygar Chevrolet.
Yes, he is, and he's doing it proud at Justice out there up front. It's still the 22 and 54, but here comes Wilkerson to join the fight. Truther goes up, picks him up, tries to get the lead. Not trying, he's getting it.
Almost lost the camera with how big of a shove Wilkerson brought to Carlos Truther. And Toyota leads the way, 1-2 off turn number 4.
Acevedo in the 9th spot, the 62 clipped the apron. That slowed up the entire bottom line, and you see that top side get the advantage. Garza and Jua, 3rd and 4th. Krull now leads the high line.
I'm not surprised that up front they're going to get racy. Everybody wants to lead in the NWP 400, but I still want to check back here. Derek Shaver, Trevor Oswanoff. Oswanoff just involved in the incident. Notice how he's not going anywhere. Kevin Champagne, okay, I've seen a lot up front. Sit around. Something is brewing ahead. Ben Pierce, Area Cup Series driver. We haven't seen a lot of urgency out of him. And Kenny Reel's number 3 in that same boat. Guess where Kenny Reel finished at the end of the 2023 400? Up front behind Dean Brummett. So keep an eye on him. He may know a thing or two of finding his way when the checker flag is waving.
And he's kept it clean and green so far on his end. Only one car here or there really bailing out. Here comes Krull. He's going to try and get a push from the lead from Polimas. 88 and 9 push their way to the front.
Barrett Polimas, the Wembley, Texas driver, sits in 2nd. He pro late model races in person up in Michigan with the Jeg CRA All-Stars Tour. He was also close to winning a championship last year. To the final closing moments of the season, he is now a part-time driver, racing with Stan and Judy, and races in the Area Cup Series on the Sim. This is his first e-ticket event.
But in a blink of an eye, Malik Ray gets that lead back, goes down to block the bottom. Barbagallo leads on the high side with Trevino in that 80 WeatherTech car behind him. I think we've seen enough so far as we approach the quarter mark of this race, John. Malik Ray is the man to beat early.
He really is, and he ended up being the one to beat last year. He looked poised to win the Alabama 500, the Florida 500. If you want to win at this level, you have to beat Malik Ray. But with what's to come at Daytona, that being the unknown, can Ray hold position on the 42 still racing?
We'll see. Lap 37 of 160. They roll through 3 and 4, 3 wide towards the back of the pack, 2 by 2 up towards the front.
Polimas outside. Look at those sparks underneath the machines. Oh, Polimas, great save. It's a loud chase crawl 3 wide, but this hasn't really been an issue till this update. I'd see it as a happy mistake, right? Because the more the sparks fly underneath, it just looks so pleasing. I think back to 2018, Paul Menard, they set the ride height just not the way they wanted to in the Coke 0400, and it was sparking like Toe Mater at, Radiator Springs checking out the new road.
Yeah, it definitely was, John, and you're starting to see some sparks fly through the pack. The 88 gets cycled out due to that, goes from leading to 13th up front. Ray and Wilkerson now working together. The 8 and 38 with them. Polimas trying to really rally that high side.
He's rallying indeed. Top 20 shown left side of your screen. It should continue to cycle on through as we are racing in the NWP 400. Jackson Bynes led a couple laps earlier. He's outside the top 15. Abraham Vila led us to green, led lap 1 outside the top 20. Things can change in a hurry, but if you can mount up a charge, you'll be headed to the front. It's 3 outside, inches off the outside retaining wall.
Vila was involved in that wreck a moment ago. Now he's trying to rally back. He's 3 wide high side, got the push there from what it looks to be that 89 machine, as well as Yaroslav Donskoy up top. Frank Horley now will give them a huge buffer in the air to draft up behind.
I want to point this out. If you don't watch Enter Night in America a ton or the e-ticket events, you probably don't know who the allies are and who are the rivals. Sitting second and third, allies, that is all PBR. Jacob Wilkerson, Adam Garza. Top side, see the 54, Monster Energy Toyota. It's lined up with the Fireball Mustang in Frank Horley. That's Team T. They're lining together. And then you got friends that are in the same group calls. You'll see them work together. Spencer Burns, you might line up with an Abraham Vila at some point. Barrett Polimas, he's coming in, mostly unknown, but if you see him and Ben Pierce, they have the Area Alliance. Drivers figuring things out, having their meetings ahead of the race, so when it comes lap 40, if they need that charge, they can do so in a hurry.
Then there's some that are really loose and wild, but they're still going forward because they can draft with anyone. Dean Brummett, one of those. Malik Ray, one of those. Seen Brummett in that Jack and Coco 7. He's gotten himself to the 4th position. A huge push from Polimas. Nearly spun him, and now he keeps making headway.
It's very interesting because I feel like if you go maybe get a snack, you have to use the restroom, you come back, you'll see a driver that was 1st, 2nd, 3rd, drop back to 21st, 22nd, 23rd. It happens so quickly, and with an aero package so many thought would be track position based, ending up not being at all. It is team based early on with pushing and shoving, but when the blocking comes into effect late, does it change the positioning of this event? Dean Brummett, former winner of this event, he's catbird heading to the tri-oval.
Yeah, right behind Wilkerson. Those two took the lead away from Malik Ray. We saw the 39 of Collymore bail out. He doesn't like what he sees. He's won at Daytona in these e-tickets before, so it might be the smart play.
Georgiou is in 5th, Acevedo in 6th. Vila and Van Drugman, they're trading spots, that 7th and 8th, as they're alongside each other off turn number 2. This is the NWP 400 presented by the Pit Stop. You're watching the 5th time the NWP 400 has taken the green flag, and just a second for $1,000 on the line. Jarrett, if you were racing in this, what would you do with $1,000?
What would I do for $1,000? Probably spend a lot of money on diapers. I don't think there's anything more important than my own kid.
Indeed. Well, I'm single. So what I would do with $1,000? I'm taking a lot of flights around America, I'll tell you that.
You're single and you'd mingle. Up front, there's a lot of mingling between drafting partners. Malik Ray gets a push from Drew Jua. Vila has rejoined the fight. Was spun around about 20 laps ago. Now he is all the way up to the front. He's 1 of the 3 breaking away.
And indeed, Chevy, Ford, and I believe another Chevrolet with Abraham Vila all lined in. General Motors has been on a tear, at least early on. 3 wide, Chase Crawl. I think he drop kicked that of Trevor Oswin off to the second lane, but he got picked up from Barrett Polimis. Controlled aggression. It can stay controlled until one person tries to be just a little too brave. Out of the odds makers of the top 20, who is usually the boldest of them all? I still think Malik Ray, and he's leading.
Yeah, and he's in one of those Chevys. And John, we talked about before we went live tonight that Ford has got the lion's share of the e-ticket wins this year, which has been way outside the norm. Chevrolet has a lot to do to really get back up to where they've been in the past. Malik Ray, a really, really good option for somebody to try and change it back in their direction.
I'm going to go ahead and count it out. Ford has had 4 e-ticket wins this year. If you count the 5th one of Michael Mitchum at the end of 2024, they are 5 for 6 because Ford, I don't believe, had a hand in the Indiana 500. Compare that to the rest of the e-tickets and not Mitchum's win in December of last year. They have 1. So most of their e-tickets have been won this year, and with that guy, Van Drugman, getting 2 of 4 in 2025.
Look at the front of that 8 car. We're seeing what getting into people, the slam drafting can do. We've seen a couple cars with some nose damage, and the 8 car, the latest among them, up in front of the pack. That is Terrell Baker, the only driver to ever race in every single NWP 400. He's going to hold it right next to the wall as the pack tries to just roar on by.
Oh, the pioneer of NR Night in America. I remember when him, Dale Greenwood, Frank Corley would race against each other, Oliver Quinney. These were the drivers that would race at USA International with the ARCA car. We'll go car tomorrow at Auto Club, and we'd only do 2 races a night. It was not uncommon to watch Terrell Baker sweep the night. Now, times have changed, but we're so glad that with his change in his life, I can still say, oh, trouble! What a save, Van Drugman! Off the nose of Dale Greenwood, they all bleed back in down the super stretch. What a run, and what could have been a disaster.
And they all get back into the pack. It's going to really shuffle a few things up with the running order, but it could have been a whole lot worse. There's Van Drugman, only back to the 17th spot after nearly losing his race.
It was a big, big wake-up for some that were just wanting to stay in the tire tracks of others. We continue green and back to Terrell Baker. You can catch him at Daytona usually every time the Cup Series is racing. In this case, would have seen a great view of Van Drugman. 3 wide, back at it like nothing has changed.
Oh, there goes Spencer Burns. He goes down the track, collects another into the wall. There's others getting collected down on the bottom. 06 might be done for the night. More crashing.
Chad Hornish came back up across the track. He collects Kai Collymore as the caution will fly for the 3rd time tonight. I believe we saw Terrell Baker maybe with a piece of it. He just went a lap down in the 43rd position. Yes, heavy damage to the left side of a driver we were just chatting with. Mateo Ortiz may have gotten a piece. Spencer Burns. Look at the damage on the right front of this Toyota Camry.
That's a lot of damage there, McQueen. Oh, that wheel isn't turning. Might be the night for Spencer Burns. Just as the lights are about to come on.
Couldn't make it to the pink sky.
Again, another time where it seemed like multiple wrecks happened.
Let's watch a replay. It may have been him and Everett Counts. Counts in the gold and black Chevrolet, number 77.
And so far, most of the issues we've seen have been mid to back of the pack.
I was about to say, there's a very common theme here.
So he goes up to the high side.
So he gets into the wall on his own. No, that's not on Counts. That's all on Burns.
Yeah. And you see there was also another little chain reaction deal on the bottom, so we got to see what happened with that.
Nathan Dude may have had a big view of it. Let's check in with where Baker was running on the racetrack. Chad Hornish and I think Kevin Champagne. Champagne bailed for the bottom, and then Hornish, when he got back on the throttle, snap back up the racing surface. Listen back. On the transition, struggling to hold on to it. He almost had it centered, but he also clipped through Terrell Baker's 25 machine. But the damage on the right side seems to be very prominent.
So far has been so good on guys not getting knocked out of the race. This is probably going to change that a lot. You're seeing how much darker it's already getting out on the front stretch. Lights are about to come on, John.
Indeed. Let's go ahead and talk with Spencer Burns from what just occurred. Burns, John Ramos, you got a copy?
I do, John. Hello.
What all happened from your view?
Well, I made a 3-wide move, a little aggressive into the corner, but I figured guys could run 3-wide. Guy just kept washing up. I got into the wall, pulled it out, and overcorrected myself. The engine's busted, so we're done, unfortunately.
Spencer Burns out of the NWP 400. Well, it's unfortunate for what happened. I mean, from my view, it still looked like Burns was kind of going in with the rear end really erratic. We didn't get to see from his in-car view. We know people were talking about aero griefing and how you can pull alongside another guy and take the air off him very easily. I don't see how that maybe was anyone else's fault but the 06.
And the result is the 06 is out of this race. A heavy and very big player in this. Now just an afterthought.
And as quickly as we talked about Terrell Baker, he is also retired from the 2025 NWP 400. A third, make it a fourth e-ticket event. No, yes, a third e-ticket event. We'll have to wait. He's a two-time e-ticket winner with the World 600 in 2021 and the Coca-Cola 600 in 2022. Chevy and Ford on the front row. West Texas arrives with a Stetson and Wrangler jeans. Riker Byram will be parked alongside Malik Ray. Osmanov with Acevedo, Jackson Byes, and Zachary Trevino making up the quick six.
Yeah, and you're going to see, I think, not much change on the racing side of it, John. I think you're going to see a lot of aggression still the rest of the way. As with this pit stop, pretty much everybody can make it past the halfway point as we go on. And we're seeing, I mean, look how lights are on. Sky is starting to get to that orange, starting to get to the pink. It's getting close to showtime under the lights at Daytona.
I do get a little PTSD of two events. There's this event from last year in Darlington earlier this year where the lights didn't turn on.
They're on, John.
But they are on, and I don't see any fog. So we have hit both of them out of the park. There will be about 110 laps to go as of this moment. 111 as they're halfway down the super stretch with the one to go. Restart happening here at Daytona International Speedway. If you're just tuning on in, we say hello and welcome. You're watching the 2025 NWP 400 presented by The Pit Stop. I'm John Ramos alongside Jarrett Lumberg. 43 drivers took the green flag after 62 came in through the duels. Over 200 signed up for a blockbuster summer finale. Riker Byram on the outside lane, Malik Ray on the bottom, Trevor Osmanov, and I believe it is Jeff Acevedo will be the fast four leading us to green. The base car makes a hard left onto pit road. Let's ride with 110 laps to go. Two by two up the banking of turns 1 and 2. Malik Ray still the advantage on the inside, but the disconnected is in lane 2.
Yeah, about the top 15 or so. We're all together, a bit more spread out as you go through the pack. Guys playing it safer up front. Byram right there with Malik Ray. Wrangler jeans trying to take the lead with 110 to go.
And the highest you've seen the 3 so far in this event. Kenny Reel has found his way up to the 7th position. Zachary Trevino in 5th. How many laps has Malik Ray led? 24 of 51. Won't get this one as Riker Byram leads the way.
Acevedo goes down to the bottom. He's not going to stay loyal to the back of that 98. That's going to be Trevino's job. They battle for the lead entering 1 and 2.
And they will stay alongside 2 by 2. Couple switches for position. Jason Hall up to the outside. Jeff Perchatsky up to 24. Inside, Jeff Acevedo, newcomer to enter Night in America, gets his time under the lights, being pushed by Malik Ray.
Oh, there was a lot of movement through the field. Nobody goes around this time. They all keep it together up top. The 00 Finnegan Myers tries to make that third line, and we're seeing the sparks all over this racetrack.
It is a shower and a sparkler show when they work their way into the banking, being pushed with all the G-forces. Let's ride on with William Schmidt and just see how abrasive it is with the sun setting in Daytona. Off the nose of Christian Delgado. Flat body cars being pushed to the edge. This is all you see.
It's a wonderful sight either way.
Dale Greenwood on the outside lane.
What a popular win he would be,
man.
John. I mean, he is every time he takes the lead late in one of these events is in their chats, everyone saying, "Oh my God, he's in the lead. Oh, I hope he gets there." Hasn't happened yet, but he has a strong showing so far tonight.
He said it in Dega, we'll say in Daytona. Come on, Dale, lead a lap. No, not able to get it there. That was Malik Ray at the line. But Dale Greenwood, once again, longtime driver and Enter Night in America, was a part of the Project Cars 2 era, the Grand Theft Auto 5 era, where we did NASCAR Stock Car Racing on the PlayStation 4. And now he does lead on the exit of turn number 2.
Yeah, he does lead, and he's right ahead of Malik Ray. There's movement through the pack again, still 3 wide back there. Nothing really materializing there. The 08, Dale could lead a lap.
He could, but Malik Ray is wanting to lead every lap he could find. Trevor Oswinoff, Jackson Byes, and mainly second, third, and fourth. We have seen 1, 2, 3 within the early portions of this race are back. Kenny reels up the 5th. Wilkerson's back to 9th. Dale Greenwood leads the NWP 400.
He led a lap, John. He did, and they're single filing out behind him back to Acevedo in 7th. Now Wilkerson 8th. They're starting to, again, I was about to say starting to really settle in, but then there's all these people making moves. Look at all those sparks.
Look at the glow of Adam Garza's car. When the sun was just piercing it ever so slightly in turn 1, the red of the Bud 8 came to life. That white allowing it to shine a little bit more. You can't miss Garza on the speedway.
That Bud car looks like a shiny Bud bottle right now, and it is looking good, making its way up on the top. Almost made a move down low, plays it safe, keeps it all together.
Yeah, you don't want to crack the can this early. Back to the line, 105 laps to go. Business as usual for Malik Ray. Kenny reels up to 6th. Zachary Trevino is back to 8th. I believe it's Riker Byron. Yes, he is now in the 11th position as it's 3 wide outside the top 10.
And you're seeing just how close these guys get. You don't want to wash up through the corner at any point here. A lot of them a little in the wall. I'm thinking that was the 50.
Let's give a rundown here. Baker is out. Burns is on pit road, but we expect to be out as well. There's Mateo Ortiz in 41st. Max Brady in 40th. Chad Hornish not out of the race. He's 39th. Nathan Burrows is 38th with Braden Mubbock and Blaze Crawford. Up front, the caboose of the group, 35th, Kai Collymore.
35-car lead pack, and that's the difference. Wilkerson, you saw him flash by, and that baby blue, petty blue 43. He's the leader. There's the chainsaw man, the closer, William Schmidt, battling next to him for the lead.
I think he woke up just a little bit too early. Do you think he'll go back to sleep and right when the alarm gets going, that's when he's going to rise? I don't know, but it's Toyota down the super stretch.
Down low, that 61 Chad Hornish keeps it on the apron, lets the pack scream on by. 3 wide, Garza leading that high side up into the top 10.
3 by 3 by 3 at the World Center of Racing. This is what you like to see. Malik Ray shut the door on Van Drugman, wanted to impede that move. Crossover, Frank Horley won't best Schmidt at the line, but the momentum will carry him to turn 1.
Yeah, but the drafting help now picks up behind the 79. Drugman, though, going to bail on that middle line. He leads the high side. He's going to try and get up into the top 5 or 4.
Oh, just glued to the screen. Ford top side, Toyota in the middle with another Ford Mustang on the inside lane. Frank Horley has had a textbook race up to this point. Can it continue? We'll see, but he leads Team T to turn 3.
In this transitioning portion of the race, entering almost 100 laps to go in it, as we see the sun go down, these cars are coming up and lighting up. Up top, the 41 of Hall gets a little loose. Horley leads at the line. Maybe it's Wilkerson. No, Horley keeps it.
At about half a car length from nose to nose, 102 laps to go. This is racing on the sim for the NWP 400. Jarrett, NASCAR Weekly Podcast. What was your favorite moment when you think back to the last 7 years of 8 seasons?
Oh, man, there's a lot of them. Probably interviewing Mark Martin. That was one of the craziest moments. Interviewing Steve Phelps, and then just some of the fun jokes along the way. We had one with you this week, big boy.
Yes. We very much did. My favorite moment on the NASCAR Weekly Podcast when you guys interviewed Alan Bestwick.
Yeah, that
I
was
actually
a fun
got to
one.
take a lot of notes from that to further my broadcasting career.
And I see firsthand how it's going here by how you call these races. Another lapper they go right past, keeps it on the bottom. Very respectful early on in this race from those going a lap down.
If you love the NASCAR Weekly Podcast, if you love NASCAR in general, you can check out the NWP this week on Eric Eastep's YouTube channel at 8 Eastern, 7 Central. We continue to ride, and if it wasn't for the pit stop, this event wouldn't be commercial free. That's right, the pit stop is the presenting sponsor for this year's NWP 400. And our Night in America and NWP would love to thank the pit stop, as they are a huge allocator for Lionel Racing. From 164 to 124 scale NASCAR diecast and motorsports merchandise, the pit stop will have you covered every time you're ready to add an item to the collection. You can check out the pit stop racing diecast and memorabilia on the What's Not app or on whatnot.com. Check that, the Whatnot app, not What's app. Keep that all in mind. Links to the description of the pit stop racing diecast and memorabilia will give you $15 off the next show they have if you want to purchase something they have to offer.
Ooh, something big to watch. Malik Ray blinked for a moment. That is something that the admins are watching very closely in this event. We don't want somebody blinking and causing a big one like we saw in the duels. Up front, Wilkerson and Drugman going back and forth. Now Garza shining in that red and white 8 car.
And we'll pick up a teammate, that Jacob Wilkerson. Van Drugman outside, Ford Company it is. Oswinoff will lead the 8 in the 3rd group. Behind it's still William Schmidt. Van Drugman, the drive for 3 on the year is alive. Ford going for 5, and Jacob Wilkerson says it's time for EPI to stand out alone.
Finnegan Myers trying to lead that very high line up. He's got to push from Chase Crawl. We see some others scraping that wall throughout the pack. You're just seeing racing all over this pack, 35 cars strong.
Jacob Wilkerson continues to lead. Adam Garza on the bottom. He's with Yaroslav Donskoy. Schmidt's back to 8th. He's kind of the meat in the sandwich of Malik Ray and Kenny Reel. Reel took a little time to work his way to the front, but I don't think he wants to leave the top 10, top 15. Zachary Truel, I haven't talked about him much in this event. He has just cracked the top 15. Let's pick a random driver. You all know how much shuffling there has been? Let's go to Barrett Polimas. How much has Polimas been around? Oh, highest is 2nd and lowest is 40th. Let's continue that trend. Let's pick that of Jackson Buys. First, 21st, actually not that much movement. And then we go to Dean Brummett. Ooh, highest is 2nd and 35th. For the back to the front, continuously most of the drivers in this field.
And he's just made his move up to the very high line, trying to get a push there from Malik Ray in the 01. He's going to get it, and they're going to make up some ground quick. Top 2 and 3, that being Wilkerson, Garza, Donskoy, get a bit of a line. Not probably going to hold it for long. 3 by 3 through the pack.
And it holds. Wilkerson and Garza top 2. Yaroslav Donskoy in 3rd. Jackson Buys in 4th. Dean Brummett, Malik Ray. Oh, we got Malik Ray in line with the Brummett 07 behind. It's Everett Counts. Counts leaving some daylight in between him and the Chevrolet ahead.
Another puff into the wall. We're going to see that all night. Nothing really too big to look at. Garza swings up in front of the 90. He's going to get a push past the 43. The grade 8 leads with 97 left.
Donskoy finds a groove on the outside, and they're just knocking off lap after lap. I haven't really seen a switch where we've been able to calm down and log laps like you usually see at Daytona. Is this the aero package or just the nature of racing in Enter Night in America?
Both. I think the aero package lends to the racing and vice versa at different points. You're seeing the pushing, the aggression. That is just the way these drivers are, but the aero package allows it. And we haven't seen this from different ones we've had in this race a few times. Again, we're just going to see it. I keep pointing it out, those puffs of smoke up into the wall. Everyone getting every inch of this racetrack used.
Indeed. And to the crowd watching back at home, once again, we see you in the live chat below. So thankful for you. For everyone that has super chatted or became a member, we're going to thank you at the conclusion of this broadcast. And the ones that have dropped a like on the stream, we are very greatly appreciated. Could we hit 500 likes in this year's NWP 400? Well, if we do, we may have to do something special in the near future. It's a driver from Russia that leads the field at turn 1. Yaroslav Donskoy in the 90.
And it is 4:34 in the morning for Donskoy. Early riser or night owl, whatever it might be, it's working. He has the lead right in front of Bice.
Into the inside lane he goes. Bice is 33, will meet the back end of the Chevrolet in front of him. Van Drugman, Adam Garza. It's Dean Brummett and Frank Horley. 3 by 3 by 3 it is as they climb into turns 3 and 4.
And you're seeing them all battling up front. The 90 has the advantage for the moment, but the 22 in that high line gets the momentum up top. Frank Horley, Dean Brummett, they're going to be the ones to lead.
What a race it has been at Daytona, the world center of racing. Lights shining bright, drivers sparking into turns 1 and 2, and Finnegan Myers wants a shot. Counts gets into Brummett. Brummett's into the outside wall, and they'll wreck once again with the caution waving.
The huge one, breaking everything and everyone, and that is going to change the race in a huge way.
And it happened right center of the field.
4th caution of the night. And we got to see what favorites may have been taken out in that.
It kind of just happened out of nowhere. Drugman P5. And with 93 laps to go, we'll have a restart. So quickly. Spencer Burns, you see him there. Mateo Ortiz. Quick, and see you. So as quick as that all came together, we are under the caution flag yet again. I believe it is whenever Counts got tagged sideways and putting him up and into the outside wall. A big wreck, changing things up. And quickly playing a role. Pit road will be wide open. We'll go ahead and bring him down. We wondered at this part of the race what will change, what can be moved around. Mateo Ortiz, Max Brady, Drew Jua. And may have broke the sand.
It's the wreck so big it broke everything.
Well, we're going to go ahead and bring it back to our studio here in just a moment in Nashville to make sure. We'll go ahead and reset it. We have done this in times past. Alabama, we knew there was a big wreck on the last lap, but it's not happened at all this year. which is very, very interesting.
Interesting timing. This event always has something to look at with it, but I guess rather have it happen early on than right at the end.
Myers, Baker have now come on out. Nathan Dew, there he is. Jackson buys. So we won't be able to get a full replay on it, but we are going to bring it back to our studios. 92 laps to go in this event, and a lot has changed. From here, we'll be able to come back in. We're going to reset the system to make sure there is no system overload error for the continuation of this race. But 92 laps to go. Big wreck happens. We'll get an update on who's in or out. Jarrett, thoughts up to this point?
Well, we always see a big one at some point during this race early on in it. And this is a point we're going to see it. I mean, we're 92 laps to go. We're roughly approaching halfway. We're going to see it happen at this point, and then we're probably going to have one happen that sparks off how we finish this race. We've seen this in times past. 4 cautions early on, a little bit more than actually we've seen in other e-tickets this year. So there, it's going to be a wild one, and even breaking the game, it's always a wild one with the NWP 400.
Yeah, second year in a row. The weirdest part still is the fact that it's not happened in any of the e-tickets this year. So quick reset. We're going to check the system again and come right back into it. It's always something that usually goes on. We said before, what's going to happen that we
I'm just like, what? Are you kidding me? No.
Yeah, so we did see in the live chat also, someone did mention the bit rate did fall at one point, and that was kind of our big, what's going on, because there was no bit rate error leading up to the big crash. So we'll have a reset. We're going to have an opportunity to go at it again. Vila, Garza, Polimas, Ben Pierce, there are some of the drivers still racing. We did have some retirees from the event as well, as we will get ready to try it all again. Kind of sparked out of nowhere right when that sun was setting. We also updated the drivers. We did get notifications that some drivers were having connection issues. We wonder if it all kind of played together with possibly the day and the night sequence. 43 drivers racing, but at the end of the day, what happened kind of just happened. But we have these updates in view just in case things need to be moved in the right direction. If you're Dean Brummett, we're going to get an update here soon if he's in or out of the race.
Yeah,
what do you do? Because that's a huge wreck in front of the field.
We'll know very quickly, but we knew at some point that was going to happen. We talked about the aggression that was going on, the big pushes, the big bumps, and we talked about the aggression of the drivers throughout most of it. And eventually, that bomb was going to blow up, and we finally saw it happen that time by.
And we did. So we're back going, trading paints. We'll get its update here in just a matter of moments. And we are here at Daytona.
Corley currently the leader with buys on the front row once they get it back going, as everything loads on in. We're just watching everything as it's rolling now, and we're seeing a big shuffle as well with how the field is rolling. Guys like Malik Ray on the bottom half of the top 20 now after all that. Champagne in the middle of the pack. New Biggie now jumps up, and so does Kai Collingwood. Polimas, Delgado, who was caught up in a wreck earlier. So once we get it all set up, we'll be ready to get it back going green in no time.
So it actually may be the sparks that were causing that issue. It's the first time we've seen it under the lights, and we can already go ahead and see a change. So we did go ahead and do that update. The sparks never caused an issue during any of our testing, but when 43 drivers are gunning for it, you start to wonder and think as we get ready to try it all again.
All right, we'll see. Let's get it going. I wanted to see more of this racing. It's great. We're almost halfway.
Lap 71 of 160, and we get ready to ride as we get ready to go again. One update after another, very tough to go ahead and find.
Yeah, and now you see it too. We are almost all the way under the lights. We're seeing the sky, it's starting to get darker. The lights shining more off of these race cars.
We get ready to go again. So Horley is there. He's lined up. He'll be lined in with Jackson Buys, Yaroslav Donskoy, Jacob Wilkerson, Jason Hall, Jeff Acevedo, Delgado, Polimas, and company as the lights are off and we're ready to go at it again. Who is out of the race from that wreck? We'll get an update. I don't see Blaze Crawford out. Drew Jewis on pit road. Dale Greenwood, Finnegan Myers, TCB. Chad Hornick, Nathan Morrows.
But Riker Byram, he's about down in 40th now.
He was involved in that wreck, and we do see him there.
So it looks like 40 still could compete in this, but a couple in the pits that are either repairing a lot of damage or just out of the race.
Let's get ready to go again. Pace car will make the hard left onto pit road. Next time by, they're going to go and delay. They didn't know we were back.
Hey, better safe than sorry.
Indeed.
They're racing up there with the pace car. They're looking like Tony Stewart back in the day. You remember he used to bump draft the pace car at Texas? I remember there was a race he did that. He got so bored leading that he just started hitting the back of the pace car.
Yep, and in the admin chat they said, oh, it's reboot time. Hold on, delay. Not the first time they had to go ahead and delay. I think the first time we saw this was the Alabama 500 in 2024 where we went, what just all happened? There's a big iRacing update, put strain on the broadcast, and next thing you know, boom. A couple times caused the end of the night for a couple drivers. We saw drivers that usually don't have internet issues with issues in the duels, and we were wondering if it was from the strain of the retexturing. Frank DeAngelis was the first one. Why did Braden Movick drop to the back? We believe also his same reasoning. We think he needed a reset, so everything being pushed to the limits, not just the broadcast, but the drivers' performance of their PCs as well. All on the line. I think we're also hearing word, yes, that's why some drivers have come to pit road. So, we try it again. Ford on Ford, Chevy on Toyota. 72 laps in the books as we get ready to go back green, this time by with 88 to go.
Oh, man. 88 to go next time by, which means we are right there on the halfway point. And that's the thing about these 400-mile races. It's not like a 500-miler where, well, we're still closing on halfway. We can play it easy. You can't. The pace will pick up exponentially as each lap clicks off. And we're going to see it all spark off here with 88 laps left.
Indeed. Frank Horley, Jackson Buys, Wilkerson, Donskoy, Hall, Delgado, Acevedo, Kai Collymore, Polimas, Jeff Perchatsky will lead us down once again, and let's get ready to ride. Can Jackson Buys do the unthinkable? When most didn't believe in him, go to victory lane. Let's find out once again at Daytona. Buys on the outside with Wilkerson, Hall in line, Christian Delgado, Kai Collymore, Polimas, and Jeff Perchatsky.
Buys has had an excellent summer speed week, if we could call it that, winning in the duel, running up front in this race as well. Big push from the 43. Hall blinks for a moment. That's going to be something else to watch again.
Kai Collymore as well got a blink, but he's been blinking since the drop of the green flag. Hall stuck 3 wide middle. Christian Delgado on the outside lane would like to get a helping hand. It's 87 laps to go. Does Buys get on the line? No, it's Wilkerson.
With that, they shuffle out Collymore. There's the Sabrina Carpenter car of Delgado in the 13. He's running 4th, tightly drafting the 33. Horley got a little contact with him up front, top 10, all 2x2.
Jacob Wilkerson inside. Frank Horley still shoving along. A couple drivers have dropped back. Finnegan Myers officially out of the race. Riker Byram, I believe, may still be on pit road. It's Wilkerson leading the way on the inside.
And he's doing a really excellent job of keeping everybody at bay. Horley right on his bumper. The 2-car tandem not going to really be long lasting, but it works enough to get you out front. He makes the move up to the top side by side of the line. The 22 has it. Keep that in mind as the race gets towards its end, as The field shuffles him out.
Early 3 wide will drop back. Inside Donskoy shoving by Wilkerson. Oh, Jackson buys. Nearly self-cleared off the nose of Jeff Acevedo. It's pointed right direction, but another near-miss moment halfway down the super stretch.
You're seeing those aggressive pushes to get into the line that can suit you best. And it's working for now, but you don't know how long it will. Donskoy gets the run up towards the high side. He'll get the push from Buys to the lead.
Top 20 of the 43 drivers in this race shown left side of your screen. Donskoy, Buys, Horley, Wilkerson, top 4 back to the line. Yaroslav Donskoy holds onto it, knocking lap after lap. We have yet to have an international e-ticket winner. It could be on upset alert. Back high banks in turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, and you're seeing that push from Kevin Champagne to Frank Horley. That's going to get him all the way up the lead. Donskoy did not have enough time to cover it.
2 by 2, an isolated pack, a little bit deeper on. Abraham Vila to the middle, Malik Ray, 3 wide top.
You're seeing that racing heating up through the pack as well. Perchatsky is now trying to make something work with Jewel on the high side.
Buys on the bottom. Cortinez gets jammed up from behind. Ben Pierce, late on the scene or just on time? It depends on the strategy you like to call it. He's up to 8th.
Kevin Champagne, now he has the lead. Goes low, gonna open the door for Donskoy. 3 wide, now crawling its way up through the pack. Here comes Horley. Big push to the back of the 90.
And it's working out. Champagne, race leader on the bottom side of the racetrack. He's having Frank Horley shove him along. Donskoy on the outside, getting shoved by Jackson Buys. Now Donskoy will cross the bow with the number 94. Continues to lead. Here comes Abraham Vila.
There was an aggressive block from the 33 on that one. Buys lucky he didn't go around there. And now he is going to basically move right to the front because of it.
Buys the leader. Vila all over him. Toyota, Chevrolet, connected back to turns 1 and 2.
Vila was involved earlier in a wreck. Pole sitter now trying to get that one spot back. He is second. Donskoy third. Wilkerson, the second car up on the top line. Third car now, the 94 and 22 trying to make a move.
We'll read you what's going on outside the top 20. Jeff Perchatsky, Braden Lovick, Zachary Truel, Derek Shaver, Ben Pierce, Dale Greenwood, Douglas Zumbingi, Max Brady, and that makes out 28. Blaze Crawford and William Schmidt, the top 30.
Up front, there's Vila trying to get that run to the bottom of Acevedo. Not going to make it work this time. Buys leads that lap. Donskoy right ahead of him. And in the back half of the top 10, you see him getting a push from the 8. That is Malik Ray making his way back up. He restarted 20th.
All right, we're closing in on that halfway point of this race, right? You've had some low moments, some scare moments. We decided to do the numbers. 10, 12, 15 drivers we believe may be having frame rate issues. That's why some have elected to drop to the back. So for some, they got to experience this last year. For others, they're experiencing it for the first time. So as a driver, what do? Well, speaking of driver, there was a driver's update for the graphics card last week. Some were able to update it in time, others were not. We were able to do so. Some having to pit, change the sparks, lower the uniqueness of the grandstands just to continue with the frame rate. These are unique situations that drivers need to adapt to on the sim that you won't see in reality.
No, and you will not see it in reality, and some have adapted better than others. Another blink from Collymore. That has been what's been consistent tonight on that side of it. Buys leads it with that subway machine, and there comes the McDonald's 94, Kevin Champagne. He's got his drafting partners with him. Will he make the move on the 33? Not yet.
No need to. Frank Horley's on the inside. He hasn't jolted out of line. Jacob Wilkerson will do so this time. Oh, just to the outside machine, and I believe that side drop will benefit Kevin Champagne. He leads, working 80 laps to go.
Halfway through this race, we are making it official. The 94 of Champagne leads, and the 43, the 101. Those are all strong cars tonight. They've shown it. There's the 80 of Trevino. He's going to be put a lap down on the bottom.
You're watching the NWP 400. Spam it in the chat. That's all we want to see. Let's go ahead and turn it up. back live at Daytona International Speedway. The NWP 400 for the 5th running is currently underway. Top 20 shown left side of your screen, and it's back to Frank Horley leading NWP, the NASCAR Weekly podcast. Jarrett, this year, what has been the big talking point?
Oh, man, I mean, one of the newest segments that the news has really brought through is NASCAR. That's been one of the biggest things. We've literally named it a segment. Every other week we have it. Might not be the most, exhilarating talking point, but it's definitely one that's taken up the headlines a lot. It's been a lot of fun. No NASCAR as we know of so far this week. If you want to see NWP, will be live on Eric Estev's channel Wednesday night, 8 p.m. Eastern time. I think, Frank Horley loose. He goes around in front of Malik Ray. They all save it and go around. Caution, precautionary caution, as the 33 of Buys goes agricultural racing. I don't think anyone got caught up in that, but it was close.
Yeah, it was very reminiscent from the Florida 500. We stayed green after that one. They were quick to the caution flag as most had to whoa up. It was 76 laps remaining on the board. I believe it's the 5th caution of the night.
Woo. As I was saying, we'll be live Wednesday night on Eric's channel. It's going to be a blast. Rumors, maybe the schedule comes out. Maybe we'll talk about that. Who knows? I don't know. The race might not let me talk too much more about it. We better watch and see what exactly happened there. That was almost the end of the race for some of the most dominant cars in the event.
Yeah, and the big thing is, nothing looked to be a big miss from what we saw.
Take a breath. I'm just talking to myself at this point. Take a breath. Well, let's see what happened there, John.
Jackson Buys just kicking it up in the grass.
So watch with the 22 and the 0-1 started happening already. I got to say, attaboy to the entire pack getting through that, nobody crashing. Let's watch right here, these two leaders. They enter the corner. He got that left rear of the 22, and that just spun him around. They talked about that. Could be something that happens, just a bump gone wrong.
Catch your breath. It didn't tear anything up, but it could have, and it could have in a hurry.
That's not John talking to you guys about that. He's telling me to catch my breath after that. Woo! They're all pitting. They're catching their breath.
Everyone's on the edge of their seat. It's always this event. Nathan Dew going out to lead a lap.
That might be the smart move. He's staying out that extra lap. He'll be in the back. Let everything happen in front of him. But, all right, we got 5 cautions in this race so far. When you compare that to what we saw in the spring with the Florida 500, well, I got the numbers for you. We had 8 cautions in that 500-mile race. We got 5 already, just past halfway in 400 miles. So it's a little more action-packed than I think we were used to seeing from some of the other races.
Indeed. Truel, Wilkerson, Malik Ray was the first one out. I don't think they'll be giving a penalty to anyone with the fact that nobody truly went around. Ozunov, Donskoy. Garza, Hall, and I believe that's how they line up. All right, 75 laps to go. Jacob Wilkerson. Oh, no, I think we should have talked about him a little bit more and countdown to green. He has come to life.
And it's been a while since we've seen that 43 be this competitive, and be in he's missed a lot of the races. He hasn't wanted to, just bad circumstance. And he is making the most out of it tonight in that 43 Toyota. And I got to say, shout out to Truel in the 4th spot, that silver and black 28. He has been keeping it up in the top 10 or so of the field for pretty much the entirety of the night.
Indeed. So Nathan Dew will come to pit road now. Got to lead a couple laps. Malik Ray is back leading, and it looks to be no penalty. Ray, Wilkerson, Truel, Abraham Vila. That's how the Fast Four will line up. 74 laps to go. Will be 73 when we take the green flag. We're at that point in the long road trip, right? You didn't exactly start, but you're not overly close to the finish, but you're at the point where you're starting to think about dinner, right? You get in there, you're in the same state that you're possibly going to stop at. Donskoy, Garza, these are guys that have been in and out of that top 10. Could you make something work? And for Malik Ray, it has been an absolute textbook night until that moment, but you still didn't wreck the race car.
Still didn't thus far, no. But that there was, I think, a moment of, oh, all right, we know where the line is. Now, how do we get as close to the line without crossing it again?
Christian Delgado, Braden Movick, Frank Horley, Zayden Cortines, Van Drugman back to 16th. It will continue to shuffle like this throughout the entirety of the event.
All right, let's regroup. We got it good.
Go.
I mean, look at that top 20 and the names that are up there that weren't early in this race as well. Movick has made his way up. Cortines is up there in the 13th spot. Derek Shaver in the 30. Icebreakers, he's broke his way up into the top 12. So you're starting to see a few more players. Douglas Newbigging, somebody in the top 20 now. That, you know, they played it safe early. They lined up in the back, and now we're getting to that point where I don't think you have to charge too much to get up there, but hey, pay window's going to open up pretty darn quick. We get it lined up here. Pace car going to make that hard turn onto the pits. Ray, Wilkerson, Truel, and Vila, the fast four.
All right, here we go. Malik Ray on the inside lane, Jacob Wilkerson on the outside. We're back underway at Daytona. Toyota, Chevrolet, they lead us back to the tri-oval. Zachary Truel, Drew Jua inside lane. They're pushing each other along. No disconnect. First driver out of line, Carlos Truther, and now Jackson Buys.
Up front, Malik Ray, a textbook restart, keeps him the lead. He's got Truel pounding the back bumper of that 01 machine. 3 wide already in the pack. Others trying to make their way back up front. We see Garza, we see Hall. Top 10 still 2x2.
And they will continue in that direction. Truel on the outside lane, shoved by Wilkerson. Malik Ray inside lane, shoved by Drew Jua. Zachary Truel, he always says it's not over till it's over. He's on the scene and wants to lead with 72 to go.
Not going to have it that time by, but the high side going to get a run. We're seeing the very high line with Donskoy and Movick trying to make their way forward. Side by side for the lead through 1 and 2.
And it will stay that way. 2 by 2 by 2. Adam Garza inside lane with Trevor Onswinoff. Inside lane still with Drew Jua. Malik Ray, he's made his bet up front, does not want to get out of it, as Frank Horley is 3 wide with really no one helping him from behind.
You're seeing that high line now starting to fall back, just got sort of bottled up. The Ada Garza now can make the move he wants to behind Onswinoff. He's not going to. Truel starting to try and regain some ground up top.
And it stays that way, 2 by 2 by 2. With 71 laps to go, Malik Ray, the race leader. Jason Hall's in line. Ray comes back up across the front nose of Drew Jua. He isn't picking the line that he wants to hold on to just yet. Interchanging from top to bottom.
And he is putting on a masterclass of a race for the most part. Up top, the 89, going to get a push at Chevrolet. Makes his way beside Ray. Makes his way just nose past. He's going to have the lead entering 3 and 4.
Continuing the roll, 2 by 2 by 2. Christian Delgado, Kevin Champagne, Horley, Shaver, Cortines, Drugman, Barbagalo, Acevedo, the Sweet 16 buys, Real Truther, and Douglas Newbigging. They make up the top 20, still 2 by 2 back across the line.
Drew Jua and Adam Garza, top 2 on the bottom line as they run. Those two have a lot of speed in these super speedways. As we're almost under total darkness, what moves can they make to get past Malik Ray?
One side goes the outside, Trevor Onswinoff, and he'll have help with Zachary Truel. These drivers are mostly bought on into the 2 by 2 reign. Braden Movick, Carlos Truther outside with Jackson Buys, Nathan Barrows outside, and it's still a blink by Kai Colleymore's 39.
A lot of issues that need to make sure they keep it together. Up front, Onswinoff is the leader, goes to block Truel, covers, Does he go back down to get Ray? Nothing yet. Malik Ray at the line has a nose there.
And he will continue rolling. Bang. Lap after lap. That's how they continue to ride. Jackson buys Zayden Cortines. He's up the 14th. Up the 31 degrees of banking. And it's still 2 by 2 by 2. Malik Ray able to control both lanes.
He's able to get up there. At some point, you have to wonder what kind of timing would you be able to do, and would you be able to execute to get past him if this was a 1 or 2 lap shootout?
It's going to be tough because, I mean, he is right now the driver to beat. Whoa, he just had a blink out. And where did Malik Ray go? Comes back up, goes up to the outside wall. Trevor Osmanoff caught off guard, tags Zachary Truel. They both go for a slide and the caution will wave.
Garza involved in that as well. You have to wonder if there was a reaction to the net code there of the 0-1 or just a bad move. We'll see the replay.
Oh, for sure was a reaction. Now Malik Ray is under internet watch, as still are multiple drivers. The race of attrition, and not by racing itself, but by the hardware you have bought just to be in this event.
And that's the thing, is that we don't care who you are. We've said it. If you have internet issues and it's a constant nuisance and problem, you get strike 1, you hit strike 2, strike 3, that definitely has to be a strike against the 0-1. And if that continues to happen, a favorite of this race will be taken out of the running. No doubt about that.
We're continuing to get updates on the hardware issues. So here's an update too. If there's hardware issues for drivers on the track, for sure we will have it as well, because we're all within the same simulator. So far this year, it has been clear skies, but for Malik Ray, a big blink out right in front of the field, catches it, and that was basically it.
It's lucky we didn't get more cars involved in that. Approaching the 100 lap mark of this race, 68 left, 67 once they hit the line. Everyone dives down into the pits again.
Let's select to take a peek at what all occurred. This is Barrett Polimas, and there's Malik Ray. See that blink out? And Osmanoff made a reaction. Didn't know how the 0-1 was coming back across the screen.
We'll see what the admins rule on that.
I mean, he blinked. I mean, there's no way they don't elect to at least give him an L1. So they're saying the ones with internet or at least hardware issues right now, Jason All, Kai Collymore, and now Malik Ray. We'll see how they elect to work it. Nathan Dew continuing to lead laps under caution by just electing to stay out. Wilkerson, Delgado, Shaver, and Horley, that's the new lineup for what we have as the lights are on top of the pace car.
And I fully expect to see the 21 go down the and he's going down the pits again. Just staying out of trouble. But you know what? That's what you have to do, at least in the early parts of this race. Now, eventually, he's going to have to race his way up through the field. That's going to have to happen, but he's still in it. He hasn't been involved in a bunch of crashes throughout. 6 cautions. We're negotiating our 6th caution of the night.
Yep. 67 laps to go. How does this play up to other NWP 400s? I mean, I know we've had a lot more cars out on the one in 2023, but that was from the damage model.
I mean, we had a lot racing at the end of last year's as well as the first year, but that was a whole different set of rules for that. You know, looking at cautions throughout this season, we had 8, like I mentioned earlier, for the Florida 500, 1 at Le Mans. Then for Darlington, we had 6. I think we're going to probably surpass that. After that, for Talladega, we had 7. The Indiana 500, we had 8, which again has been the most we've had all year, and then 4 in our most recent. So 8 is the mark for most cautions in an e-ticket in 2025. We have had 6 with 66 to go.
So they're going to go ahead and figure this out as they try to line these drivers up. Wilkerson, Delgado, Georgiou, Derek Shaver, Frank Horley, Malik Ray. I'm curious what they do here.
You're seeing again that cast of characters just keeps shuffling as we look up and down the leaderboard. A lot of favorites still up there, but at the same time, you're seeing some very, very big names missing. Looking back in the pack, when it comes to who's in, who's out of this thing, Riker Byram is out in 40th. Finnegan Myers out. Spencer Burns said he was out, still in the 42nd spot. And Terrell Baker in 43rd. Looks like everyone else of the 39 in this race on the lead lap. Nathan Dew caboose on the field.
So I want everyone else's reaction to this. They are not going to L1 Malik Ray because it was the first blink, or at least one of the earlier blinks. I mean, he blinked in front of the field. They're going to give a penalty for Osmanoff for causing the incident coming down across the track, which he did indeed do. I think if you blink that hard in front of the field and it possibly was the reaction to a caution, something has to be done about it.
Yeah, that might be a little too generous.
But Ray for sure is going to get a pass on this one. All right. Here we go. Lights off on top of the pace car. Chevy, Toyota lead us down. Christian Delgado on the front row for the first time tonight. 65 to go. Wilkerson leading into turns 1 and 2. Derek Shaver behind him. Horley, Georgiou on the outside with Christian Delgado.
Wilkerson with that big push. Shaver gonna stick with him at least for now. Looks low. You can go under the double yellow line, but he might have got shuffled.
He did, and Kenny Real will fill the void. Same with Abraham Vila. Derek Shaver has been drop kicked outside of the top 10. Matter of fact, he can't even get back on the racing surface. He could indeed lose the draft.
Delgado, he's back there too.
And Wilkerson will continue to lead. Front end of this field shuffles, some with the gain, the others with the big loss. Horley leads, 64 to go.
First time he's led since he had that near race-ending incident a few cautions ago. We see the wiggles through the pack. We're starting to see how much faster the pace has picked up through this race.
It has gone quick and quick in a hurry. Georgiou all over the back end of Frank Horley. No one bleeding in or out of line, just staying in the tire tracks of the driver sitting in front of him. Day glow difference between Xanon Cortinez and Vayan Drugman. No one else has jolted in or out to the 3 wide outside the top 15.
Yeah, almost outside the top 20s where they're 3 wide. These guys just trying to establish some place in the pack. A little blink there. Another one from Kai Collymore. That is going to be, you'd think, something that is going to be a big detriment.
I'm surprised they haven't dragged Kai Collymore to pit road, because at some point he's going to be jolting for the win, and if that internet does not get fixed, it could spark a big issue. So a big update to the admin tower. Horley, Georgiou, Wilkerson, and Malik Ray is the fast 4. It's Fords on hand off of turn number 2.
Keeping it all together 2 by 2 for the most part. Only the 8 of Garza trying to get out there. Now Malik Ray going to jump up there. He sees the move, but he's going to get shuffled way back. There's going to be a bump, but do they have any momentum to keep up with?
I don't think so, and Adam Garza will go to the bottom side into lane number 2. So Frank Horley, the race leader, now Jacob Wilkerson. They will swap the position back and forth as both are leading their respective line. We're getting to that point where we're in almost NO Night in America race lengths, right? 60 to go, 55, 65. That's the bubble where you're on a traditional NO Night, and this is where the cream is starting to rise. Vila approaching, Muvik approaching, Schmidt is in that ballpark range. 3 wide is soon to happen, but someone has not left that top 10 in a while, and it's Horley's 22.
I'm about to say, though, Muvik and Barbagallo almost had a race ender between the two of them. They got together, kept it going. They're on the high side behind Jua. And now you got the 22 of Horley going for the lead. Real with the push.
We are under complete darkness here at the Daytona International Speedway. Horley, Wilkerson, Real, and Vila the fast four. Acevedo, Drew Jua, Dominic Barbagallo with Zeta Cortines as the Elite Eight.
Another big blink for Kai Collymore in the back. At some point, they got to call him in because it's getting dangerous for the competition.
Yeah.
3 wide in the middle of the pack. Horley with another push from the 3. Wilkerson in that 43. He's trying to fight, can't make it happen just yet. Down the super stretch into 3 and 4. Horley, your leader.
Kenny Real gave him a shove of a lifetime, and now we'll get aid from the 38 of Drew Jua. Get aid from Dominic Barbagallo. We're under complete darkness in Daytona. The lights shine bright with 60 to go in the NWP 400.
Big favorites already been pushed outside the top 20. Ray and Garza, they're going to have a long way to go with 60 laps left as we negotiate 100 laps into this event. 3:22 under a blanket for the lead.
And he got some back there waiting in that wake, not showing their cards just yet, trying to see if someone will fold or make a big mistake. Horley moves to lane 2, allows Wilkerson with a shove in the bottom by Abraham Vila. Vila led the field to green, will love to lead the field to the checkered flag. He's in the fast four.
You're seeing those pushes. You're seeing others trying to make their way forward. The 62 of Acevedo. He's somebody who's really been competing up front. Lap car. This is going to be interesting to see how they go about getting by him.
2 by 2 by 2, and the flash bulbs are going off in the grandstands as now the field hurdles back to 1 and 2. Kenny Real in second, Jacob Wilkerson in third. Drew Jua, Abraham Vila, and Dominic Barbagallo make up the top 6.
All right, there you see up top, I believe that's the 89 machine. They're going to go and freight train by him. Kai Collymore bails out of the pack. It had to happen eventually.
Yeah, they gave him the L1 penalty right there, so pulls below the double yellow line. There's Trevor Oswinoff, he's dropping back. They gave him the L2 for causing the wreck up front. Drew Jua, Dominic Barbagallo, they're all chasing the tailpin of the 2 machines in front of them. Frank Horley and Jacob Wilkerson.
That's Buys holding it down on the apron, staying out of the way of this pack, letting them race. Again, a lot of respect for the lap machines tonight to make sure the leaders get by. Wilkerson leads down on the bottom in front of Horley through 1 and 2.
There's Braden Movick. Is it time to talk about a third e-ticket title for the driver of the number 42? He's in position. He's in the area he wants to be, really in the closing laps. But if someone has logged enough laps in this aero package, it has been him. We saw a blink again. That was in front of Ben Pierce. That's Hall in the 41, and he will jump to the outside lane to get out of Dodge.
He's had issues as well tonight with that over and over again. We see now the 01 and Malik Ray went down. He is bailed almost to the entire back of this pack outside the top 25.
2 by 2 by 2. Jarrett, we're all getting that feeling, right? You're closing into those magical moments. It's the 43 leading at Daytona. It's the 3 in second at Daytona. Here comes Real, top side off the super stretch.
2 of the most dominant cars in NASCAR history lead this e-ticket event. Real in the black number 3 leads at Daytona into 3 and 4.
And we'll do it in front of the 43. Drew Jua, the 22 of Frank Horley. Kenny Real well out of shape off turn number 4. Full advantage lane 2, and it's back to the Mustang.
The 3 got very squirrely through that corner. Opened the door for the 22. The Fireball Ford leads them now. 56 laps left in this race.
And the racing style has changed. Under that day glow, 3 wide. You sniff 4 wide. Nighttime, we are 2 by 2. When you see the 3 wide, you need a helping hand. Mostly the aggression we saw early has faded away.
You're seeing bigger blocks, though, and you're seeing others now trying to regain lost track position. Garza and Greenwood lead the high line. They're going to get a big push. Now, which driver in the middle lane elects to go up with them?
3 wide it is. As I quickly said that, they're back on the charge. Adam Garza, Dale Greenwood, Blaze Crawford up top. Make that Max Brady with them, and Nathan Barrows trying what they can to go back 3 by 3 at Daytona. Drew Jua in the lane 2. He got shoved along, top side in the race lead.
And that green and white 38 looking like he has in the past here at Daytona. Very, very formidable. Up top, he's got the 3 and the 17 with them. The 22 has the 43 and the 1 tightly packed together. Lane changes, nothing really changing though in the mid-pack. Now Real in the 3 goes back for the lead.
Dominic Barbagallo has been a big player in this event. He has not really been out of the question since he arrived on the scene 50 laps into this race. Ballpark top 10, ballpark top 8. Now race leader across the stripe. 54 laps to go.
And now the 17 has a push from the 42 of Brayton Muffick. First time we've had to talk about him really all night because he's kept his nose clean. Muffick has struggled all season long. His finishes are 2 25th place runs, 2 36th place runs, 18th being the best and 33rd. He has had nothing to celebrate all year, and now he's up in the top 3. Fighting for the win of an e-ticket.
But winning the NWP 400 can change your entire year. Last year, he looked to have a shot. Things didn't go out his way. Former winner at Daytona, but last e-ticket victory, Michigan USA 500 in 2023. It has been a long time since we've seen a 42 rise to the top, and with 53 to go, there's a chance at play.
And you get the sense talking to him when he talks about this event that he almost feels it owes him. He ran terrible in the first one when it came to the running order at the end. Missed a couple. The 3 of Real goes around, saves it down on the bottom. No caution. Gonna reapply himself into the pack. 4 wide doing it.
And it will allow Dominic Barbagallo topside with Muffick, inside Drew Jua. Drew Jua lined up with Frank Corley. They're still 2 apiece.
What a save by the 3. He's going to be an afterthought for now, though, in the back of the pack. Up front, Barb has that colorful 17 machine in the lead. Gonna lead this one. 52 to go.
Bang, knock another one off the board. Kenny Real comes back into play outside the top 20. He's in line with Malik Ray. Chad Hornish and others are back there. Catch Kenny Real from the race lead and now 30th. It's still about 35 drivers strong.
Yeah, he kept it together, and that's all that matters. Donskoy, Muffick racing for the lead. We talked about earlier, kind of reapplying that story. Muffick has had nothing to celebrate. This race could owe him one. He's missed a few. He's been so close last year. Can he finally break through? Donskoy trying to say no.
With Dominic Barbagallo. 3 wide it is, top side Jaden Hall. Trying to get that line going. It's with Kevin Champagne. It is with Adam Garza 8. 51 laps to go in the NWP 400. It's racy, it's fun, but what's something you can't expect on Wednesday's show?
Something we can expect or can't expect?
Can't expect.
Can't expect. A lot of talk about a fun race in Richmond. It's been a fun racing weekend in general. This one capping it all off. We'll talk about this as well. Definitely going to be talking about this race.
Indeed, and once again, you're going to watch the NWP 400 ad-free without YouTube's interference because of the pit stop. They have come on as the presenting sponsor of this year's NWP 400. If you want to help them all out, link to that is in the description below, as the pit stop is the official allocator of Lionel Racing, and you can get diecast from 164 to 124 scales. Motorsports, merchandise, and more. The pit stop will have you covered anytime you need. Check out the link down below or on the Pit Stop Racing diecast and memorabilia Whatnot app or whatnot.com.
We saw Pierce have a moment there where his car got really free going through the tri-oval with some big pushes, but he is fighting for the lead in that purple car.
Ben Pierce, man. He didn't have a great year of Mary. Not the best year at all. And now here he is. He's running up front in an e-ticket event. This is his first attempt at an e-ticket. Can he do it? I mean, we've seen Connor Horn come in, now Barrett Polimas, Jeremy Miller, drivers from area that have had a hand in the e-tickets. They didn't catch the title. Ooh, 4 wide, deeper in the
back.
field.
That's Buys the lap car. He's slow. Everyone seems to get by him. Schmidt gonna be sort of stuck like a pick.
And Muffick is in a second. Does he break out of line?
Oh, Greenwood back there nearly collects Dean Brummett. They keep it all going straight.
Jeff Acevedo in 10th, 49 laps to go, 2x2. Are we out of the pit window? I don't think so.
Nah, we're going to have to pit again for sure.
We have yet to see a green flag stop in this event. We saw multiple green flag stops at the Brickyard about a month ago. Do you think we see one?
With how they've been racing tonight, that aggression we're seeing, no. No, I don't think we see a green flag stop tonight. I hope they prove me wrong. I'd like to see who can execute doing that. But this aggression, and it's only going to pick up, I think is a recipe for short runs to the finish.
And this is what we love to see at Daytona. It has been a treat of an NWP 400 up to this point. You've been on the edge of your seat. You don't know what's really around the next corner. And newcomers come to life. Max Brady in the 71 is up there. Carlos Truther, what a sight it would be. He has won Project Cars 2 races, GTA 5 tournaments. This is before iRacing became a thing on the Idk Player YouTube channel. He can hit every generation if he can win an e-ticket. Only one has really been able to do that. Frank Horley, his teammate.
Yeah, but 47 laps is an eternity at Daytona. We're seeing how much they're wiggling, making these moves, getting these pushes. At any point, it could completely go awry. Up front, 22, 38, back and forth. The 90 of Donskoy, giving another bump to Horley, and he's got the 42 right on him.
Bingo, and they're all stacked up together. Horley on the inside, you also have Donskoy, Drew Jua, Carlos Truther. We don't see the pushing, but we did hear that. You can arrow push. You don't have to slam the back bumper of another driver. 3 and 8, what a scene. Top side, Real Garza forcing a third lane to life.
They're trying to make it work. Truel gonna jump on the train as well. They're gonna need a few more when it comes to numbers to really make any headway.
The racing, it's been fantastic, no doubt about it. But how do you keep this up? And does a strategy call come in, like fuel saving? If a caution flies, I think we're actually out of the window. If we had a caution now, they would all pit and maybe, just maybe, be good at the finish.
They'd have to save a lot. We heard they were comfortable with about 35 to 40 laps, maybe 43. So we're closing in on that. We'd be right on that edge of the window. But for now, they are going all out. Fuel is the last thing on their minds.
Braden Movic to the race lead. Horley able to side draft back on the outside lane, but just for a moment it was top of the board for the 42.
But it's not going to be for long because the 22 of Horley, he's the one who keeps fighting back, blocking different lanes.
Horley and Drew Jua, Movic and Truther, Polimis, Donskoy, Brady, and Dominic Barbagallo. That's the top 8.
Top 3 now breaking out. They're just in front of that 42. 42 gets there as well, 3 by 3 through the field. Top guys, though, keeping it clean.
I even see the 01 machine, the 01 machine back there, and I believe that's Malik Ray. He has not worked his way up inside the top 15 in quite a while, checking the internet and making sure it's all working.
And that is going to be a very, very important factor for the rest of this race. Up front, starting to calm down a little bit. Isn't that 3 and 4 wide? Instead, single file and 2 wide.
Adam Garza, Acevedo, Polimis, Vila, Jacob Wilkerson, Drew Jua sealed off to the back bumper of Frank Horley. Truther and Movic drawing even for the 3rd position.
Movic trying to build up that run. Nothing too much yet. He's getting beside the 54, beside the 38. Now he gets the run. Horley comes up to cover.
That 3rd lane really dissipated again. Under the lights, has it gone harder to go 3 wide?
I think you just need the numbers, and they're not getting those numbers when the bottom and the middle, or what is now the top line, just has just about every car in it.
Jacob Wilkerson, Yaroslav Donskoy, Donskoy under the 42. Horley was there, ready to go. And they're going to continue the shuffle, back and forth, 2 by 2, single file, 2 lanes working interchangeably. And Braden Movic will lead him to the line.
The 43 bails out of line, though, to get next to him. He's going to try and take the lead now with about 43 going on 42 laps to go. You're getting to the edge of that fuel window. You can start thinking about it to the end. The later this run goes, the more you can make it there. and possible green-white checkers.
It could very much be a heck of a green-white checkered if it comes up to be late. Garza, Drew Jua, Kenny Real, and I love what Truther has been able to do, has not mostly left the top 10.
No, he has been very, very smart with his race, especially in the second half of this night. Same goes for Horley as well, who is seemingly, in the absence of Malik Ray, become the dominant force that you're going to have to go through to get the win.
41 to go. And Max Brady's in 8th, Drew Jua is in 9th, Blaze Crawford is back to 10th. Here's Polimas that cross over to the bottom side of the racetrack.
See, he gets just ahead, clears for now. Now it's a matter of the help the 22 gets. The 3 of Real bails, and that's going to open the door for the bottom line.
2 by 2. No big change. Max Brady into Adam Garza.
Look who's back, though. That's Kenny Real in that 3 car. Just a couple laps ago, he was basically waving at Lake Lloyd. Now he's back up in contention for the lead of this race.
These drivers are just able to pick it up, right? Mistake happens, okay, it's not over. You got time, right? You still got a lot of opportunities left to go, including if you get a caution. This event is synopsis for late race cautions. So, if it happens, how do you prepare for it?
Track position. You got to get the track position. All the incidents, for the most part, have come from the middle and back of the pack. You got to stay ahead of it. We've saw other races where you got to be behind it and just let it all happen in front of you. This is not one of those. Donskoy down to the bottom for the lead with Truther and Horley. They're going to get a run on that 43. Mubik is the one who has actually been pushed out, left out to dry. He's going to lose that track position.
Multiple positions. Falls in line with Blaze Crawford, Abraham Vilas to his left wing, and Kenny Real actually caught the apron just for a matter of moments. Gets back on the racing surface, 39 to go.
Jua, Truther, Horley, the top 3. Those 3 on that high lane, they're doing everything they can to try and just single file it out. Maybe be a little more safe with that lead. Wilkerson fights back with a push from Garza, but that high line is finally getting the numbers.
Horley in the inside has not left the top 10 in quite some time. The Fords have really been strong. They've been working together how badly they want yet another manufacturer win.
And they've dominated for the most part of this season in these e-ticket events. Up front, a group of lap cars drafting in a line. That is going to be another interesting conundrum for this pack. There's about 5 of them.
An update for the top fans, Lucky Duck, Unknown, and Connor, thank you so much for being the big 3. To everyone dropping a like and watching back at home, what excitement it is. So let's ask you a new poll question. We're racing here at Daytona. It's mostly 2x2. We have time to see what can go wrong. Do we see an overtime finish? Because it's been a while since we've had one in an e-ticket event.
We could. We've seen this race, though, go down to the scheduled distance more often than not. But trends are to be broken. We see the 54 go up to the high side. Going to lose a lot of spots there. Up front, starting to sort of level out a little bit. They're lining it up, John.
They're getting ready for pit road at some point. Truther, and if this happens, the big question will be, do you make it work? Do you not make a mistake when you come in?
And we've seen, too, that a lot of times somebody will enter a little too hot, and that is what ends up crashing a lot of contenders or ruining where they're at track position-wise, and then it has to be a 30-lap dash through the field.
36 to go. Anyone peel off? Not going to happen.
Not yet, at least.
Brady up to 7th. Truther up to 8th. Acevedo dipped below the WO line. Some drivers do that as an indicator, hey, I'm coming to pit road this time.
But they're racing for the lead again. Donskoy with the push right over the 22 of Horley. Now he's going to have the lead by a nose in that Cartoon Network Chevrolet. There you see 5 or so lapped cars are in a line in front of this pack. This pack's going to pick up the draft and then try and move past them if they don't have to pit first.
Drew Jua, Max Brady, anyone peel? Not going to happen. 35 to go.
Brady now, we have not talked at all about him tonight. He gets the push. The two Coca-Cola cars racing for the lead.
Crawford on the outside, lined up with Braden Movick. Max Brady on the inside, lined up with Drew Jua. Morrow's first time up inside the top 15 today. Kai Collymore back to 20th, and there's the lap machines, Trevino, Shaver, Ortiz, and I believe it's Nathan Dew.
Buys, oh, he does not move out of the way, and they're going to have to last second get both lines moved up top to get past that 33. He held the bottom line. I'm surprised of the late move there from Brady.
34 to go.
So I'm interested, will these five ahead of them, when they draft up and catch them, will they have enough numbers that some people in the back maybe make a move, draft onto the back of them, and they sort of just integrate into the pack, or do they get out of the way this time? Loose is Drew Jua. Keeps it together, though.
And that's the thing, Drew was on the bottom trying to use those drivers to draft, but when he came up to Donskoy would give him a huge kick in the rear, and all of a sudden all that momentum they had dissipated.
And the top line got all accordioned up. 67 there, bails to the pits. But yeah, the rest of them are just basically going to be in the middle of this pack.
But they're stuck to work with.
There's a lot of movement in the back of the pack, 3 wide.
33 laps to go at Daytona. Drew Jua, Frank Horley, Jacob Wilkerson. Look at Crawford on the outside. He's peeking. He wants to stick with Max Brady.
Yes, he does. Nobody really been able to make any move past these main cars. And for the most part, this is the entire remaining field still left out there. Up top, Kevin Champagne, Dominic Barbagallo. They're going to try and make some kind of run, but nobody's going with them.
Not at all. 2 by 2, Horley back as the race leader. And you think about the most deserving drivers this event, I think Horley and Malik Ray. How those two have been able to just solidify themselves in position.
But at this point, looking through, Ray has not made really any headway back up into the pack. And with these lap cars too, it's going to be more difficult to do that.
6 cautions in this race. 32 laps to go. They're back 3 wide. Drew Jua to the inside. Frank Horley to the outside.
Oh boy, Mateo Ortiz up into the wall, very slow in front of those top few. And they're going to keep it together, 4 wide. But a lot of ground lost for the 17 to 94.
Jeff Perchatsky, I thought for sure he was going to go around when he got swiped by the moving machine of the 67, Mateo Ortiz. Ford's again leading the way.
That moving chicane cost a lot of people. Champagne, though, trying to make that run with Perchatsky, doesn't go with them. He's going to go even further back in this pack.
Hall in 13th, Trulin 14th, Perchatsky in 15th. Champagne and others stuck outside the top 10.
And at this point, we probably are going to be approaching some kind of green flag pit stop. Another blink from Kai Collymore, and he's racing up in the top 10. That is important to note.
30 to go. Perchatsky in line.
Look who else joined the top 10. That's Garza. He's back up and in contention for the win of this race. Caution is out.
Looks like an incident deep in the field. Malik Ray. Chad Hornish, Ben Pierce may have had a piece of it. We see damage from Dean Brummett. And Jason Hall goes around into the grass. We'll have a restart.
Let's see what the replay of this is. It was in the back, but it sets with the precedent.
Oh, Douglas Newbigging.
Oh, look at the way that 01 of Malik Ray barely missed it.
Jason Hall involved in yet another incident.
7th yellow of the night.
All right, let's see what happened again. Does Hall come down? Yeah, I would say so. New Bigging had the charge, but you can see where that was. Hall definitely came back across the track.
I would love to see Malik Ray's onboard going past that because he barely missed it.
I don't think that's a yellow. And I know for other leagues and communities, they say, yes, that is. The car is stopped to the bottom. But that's a single car spin. I mean, we've seen a lot worse happen without a caution. 2 cars, one got pinned. Malik Ray gets through. Yeah, I mean, very rarely do you see a caution like that happen, but it does come about. So 29 laps to go. Horley, Donskoy, Drew Jua, and Kenny Reel end up being the Fast 4.
All right, so I think at this point we're not going to see a lot of people staying out to try and lead a lap and then let everyone past them. Everyone down into the pits this time. Money stop time for much of the field.
And this will take you the distance.
And green-white checkers.
Vila's in, Jaden Hall is in, Max Brady is in. Van Drugman is in, right signs up for Barrows, Dale Greenwood, Douglas New Bigging, they're all in as well. Polimus is off and away. Drew Jua off and away.
He wins the race off pit road, takes control of the race with 28 left.
Perchatsky and others lined up. Barrows, Greenwood. All right, what to do, because things are on the line in Daytona. You'll restart with, I believe, 26 to go.
All right, take a deep breath, get ready to go, because at this point, there's no saving anything. It's just all-out, hard-nosed racing for the win at Daytona.
Wilkerson, Kai Collymore, Abraham Vila, Zachary Truel, Drugman, and Barrett Polimus. That is the top 10. Down to the apron just in case we get an overtime finish, Braden Lovett. We asked the chat, do we see OT? 76% say yes. And what do you do on the Sunday night prime time? Drew Jua, Frank Horley behind Mateo Ortiz. We do get the 1 to go this time by.
So we'll get it back going. 26 laps left in this race. I don't think we're done seeing caution flags.
I don't think so either, but I know they're about to turn it up a notch. The only thing is, last time they turned it up a notch, we went green all the way to the white flag.
Yeah, I believe it was about a 40-lap run to the finish in February. Could they do that again? Maybe.
Oh, they could. Have we had overtime this year?
Oh,
I don't think so. If so, it may have been Darlington.
I'll have to look back. We didn't have one in Florida. I know we didn't have one
At Lamar.
for Lamar because that one was a timed race. We didn't have one at Darlington. We didn't have any for Alabama or Indiana. And none for Hoosier. So yeah, we have not had a overtime finish in 2025.
Can you believe that? And you're used to seeing overtimes in big iRacing events, and are not one yet.
We might have just jinxed them.
We might have.
Yeah.
Now they're all thinking, okay, we got to prepare for one. 26 remain at Daytona. Kai Collimore's up to 6. Wilkerson is up to 5th. Abraham Vila's up to 7th. Van Drugman, Jeff Perchatsky, Nathan Barrows. Here we go once again. That feeling you have had at the beginning, it's setting in to the end of this race. New schemes, same great drivers. What's left for this finish? Guy's still blinking on that outside.
At some point, they got to pull him off. And into the restart zone.
Back underway for the world's center of racing.
Oh, Kai Collymore in the wall, causing a big crash. Caution comes out, and that might have been internet. We've been warning all race at it, and it might have finally bit the field.
Everett Couch. Collymore coming to rest. And with 26 to go, we'll have to try it again. Apparently he just got an L4.
Have to wonder why something wasn't done earlier.
It's been a while since we've seen an L5 in an e-ticket. Now they're discussing it because apparently he was L4'd right when they got...
Yeah, there we go. He blinked again. And that is going to be a huge issue, and you see that that slows everyone up.
And we will have yet another restart. Let's watch again.
The thing of these restarts, all it takes is one little blip, and it ruins everything for the entire line going through. Yep, right there.
And the problem is, you don't see it from that view. I think the bumper interlocks to the nose of Zachary Trull because Trull is smacked even with him, and that's where it caused.
So now re-rack him back up. So that is a high for the year. He's tying the high for the year of 8 caution flags in this race.
24 to go. Drew Jua, Kenny Reel, and they are saying the internet will not improve by Kai Collymore. He has been disqualified from the NWP 400. So an L5 penalty.
Been a while since we had one.
Yeah, it was coming, right? We all knew it. He was blinking, I think, on the start of the race. He continued to blink throughout the race. It was not improving. And I don't remember seeing him coming to pit road, changing with the graphics, playing around with it. And at some point, you know, when he restarted out front and still blinked, he didn't voluntarily move to the back. If he voluntarily moved to the back, he would still be in this race. He would still be running. He stayed up there, and when you're blinking like that, all the other cars are blinking around you. It's not just you going in and out and everyone else is the same. So not a shock that he has been L5'd from this event. So out of the race, Kai Collymore, Riker Byram, Finnegan Myers, and Terrell Baker. Everyone else either still rolling or now are on pit road. Mateo Ortiz, Everett Krauts. And we'll get ready to try it all again. 24 laps to go. Yeah, that's a wake-up call because, I mean, we haven't seen certain guys with internet issues up front.
No, we
since
haven't.
they started to have issues. And we knew hardware was going to be a big role tonight once the sunset came to be about.
But that's the unpredictability about this race. We've seen that happen before, and because of that, well, you might have somebody who might be the best ones out there not compete. Barrows, I've noticed, up in the 11th spot in this race. We're focusing on Cortinas here in 13th, Greenwood in 9th. We got a new set of characters. Van Drugman, first time in a while tonight. He's been in the picture, 7th on the leaderboard, 23 to go. They get it lined up.
All right, here we go again. Drew Jua will elect the inside lane. Kenny Reel to the outside. The rest of them will slot in 2 by 2. Ford on the bottom and Horley. Top side Wilkerson and Toyota. Couple drivers coming down pit road just again, and it's mostly the back half. Blaze Crawford is in, Max Brady, Dean Brummett, Douglas Newbigging, Chad Hornish. The flow of this race has been pretty consistent up till that point. That was the big stoppage that now has everyone going back through the motions. What's going to happen? Is it going to happen again? Kenny Reel and Drew Jua elect to start alongside each other. Horley Wilkerson with Abraham Vila and Braden Movick.
Some of the best in NR, they're moving their way up, and you know what? Look who's back there in row 6, John. It's the closer. It's his time of the night. Yep.
23 to go. We'll restart with 22. You still got a handful of laps remaining, but you're in that red zone where if something big is going to strike in, if it's feeding time at the zoo, it's going to happen at this point during the race, so buckle up the TV. We haven't seen big moves out of Carlos Truther as of late. We haven't seen big moves out of Christian Delgado. Adam Garza has been pretty quiet the last 20, 25 or so laps. The big dogs up front have controlled the finish of this race, towards the conclusion, should I say. It's what is next that could swipe everything around.
Well, this race has been one that kind of bucks a lot of trends we've seen, whether it be this year, whether it be with the cautions, whether it be with other aspects of it. And one trend that we've had in this race is you got to lead the white flag lap, because the leader of the white flag lap has won every single one of these. But this race has been so unorthodox. Maybe this is the year we finally have somebody make that last lap pass. We'll see in 22 laps.
Insane. 4 of these, not one last lap pass. Ford Chevrolet lead us down. It's 22 to go in the NWP 400. Reel on the outside, he's with Wilkerson, and a huge hit! Zayden Cortines in the wall! Acevedo got a piece of it, and the caution will wave again.
Garza, one of the favorites of the night, totaled, completely done in that 8 car.
Man.
And we set the record for the year, John.
And a big, oh, he's not happy with Acevedo. Look at it. Adam Garza.
You have to think, too, what exactly happened here. I mean, you know the 8's view, and now Acevedo's not happy with him.
Because he still has a race car that can run.
Not if this 8 has anything to say about it.
Get away from Adam Garza right now. He didn't destroy your race car. He tapped it.
Did he just get onto
pushing the pusher?
I mean, it might have been, but it's, you know, with a restart like that, you have to kind of expect some of that.
Another restart incident.
It's been a long time in one of these races since we've seen restart incidents as consistently as this. So he's into the back of the 50. There's a bit of an accordion effect here.
He doesn't realize he got shoved along by either Delgado or the drivers behind him. Acevedo got shoved into it.
There's really nowhere he could have went on that. And it's so overused, but there are racing incidents, and that's part of it at super speedways. You'll rewatch, watch in front where Schmidt and company are. You see they're getting all kind of buckled up, and that's what leads to
Barbagalo.
Yeah, but at that point, that's 3-4 cars back.
$1,000 is on the line. This is what's going to happen. The view of Blaze Crawford should be a little interesting. They're going to call it a racing incident. Everyone kind of trying to get to the outside lane, and in theory, what happens? Stack up, Barbagalo doesn't brake, throws Acevedo into the wreck. But in reality, if you're that far back, you really don't know what's going on. You're going from one gear to the next.
Well, and with that, looks like Garza, Cortinas, both in the pits. I'd say Garza, at least, is probably done for.
Indeed. 20 laps to go. We're back under pacing towards the end of this. Ford's up front. The pace of this race is now completely shifted from the first half.
Yeah, I mean, we had that fast pace with a few cautions here or there. Now it's just, it might turn into a survival race.
Yeah.
It might be just survive the restart, survive getting through, and go from there.
Well, nonetheless, it has been a very interesting event. The last couple of laps have been a struggle for some to get up into full saw. Last two cautions all coming out with maybe, I want to say, a mile in between the restart zone and where the incident has occurred. That one being a little bit further down the racetrack.
Well, speaking of restart zones, kind of shift to the strategy that these guys are going to have to take. There's a great restart from Drew Jua in that bottom line, and what he did on that restart, he started late in the box, as late as possible. Now, I don't think you do that again, but you're starting to see where the games are being played on these restarts. I'm curious to see whoever, you know, I believe it's Real will line up behind him as long as he's on the bottom, what the strategy will be moving forward.
One lane or the
Oh,
next.
he's going to the high side. He'll have Braden Movick behind him.
Drew Jua, Frank Corley, Braden Movick, Kenny Reel. That is the top four. Completely under darkness in Daytona. And we'll have 18 laps to settle it. The excitement has been high. We get to see who wins the 5th NWP 400, and it wouldn't be an e-ticket without you questioning what's next.
All right, just like early in the night, take a deep breath, get it ready to go. Let's see if we can get through a lap this time, or 18.
Corley P2, Movick P3. Braden Movick, what a show he has had. Time to ride. Corley on the bottom. And some of these guys are predicting another restart. They are predicting possibly even an overtime finish. I don't think you can bid on that with 18 to go, but you have to be prepared for what's to come. Matt Green from Daytona. Drew Jua, clean start, goes to the bottom, covers off Braden Movick, advantage to turn one.
Top line getting it going. They're starting to get the numbers. Van Drugman, the leader of that line. He's got a push from Dale Greenwood.
And it's the long climb up the 31 degrees of banking. This time they get clear to the super stretch and we're on. Van Drugman on the outside. He's with Dale Greenwood. Drew Jua's on the inside. He's with Braden Movick. Drew Jua, full charge to turn 3.
Power duo up on the top side, way high side. That is Malik Ray and Kevin Champagne. Wilkerson into the wall. They keep it together, and now there goes the 9 to 43. Another yellow. A huge rash of cautions at the end of this race.
We'll try it again. That is caution number 10. The last 4 have come with maybe in the last 8 or so laps, it feels like.
I mean, the last 3 green flag laps,
yeah,
we've had 3 cautions.
Now they're bouncing all over each other. So 17 to go, and what happened? And the energy levels are high, no doubt about it.
So it's in front of these ones was the initial one. Watch the 43 of Wilkerson.
Oh, it's Vila who got into the 43, and around they go.
Yeah, that 9. Polimus.
Damage from Jacob Wilkerson's 43. They said it at night, the net code does get a little bit worse. Now we wonder, did it have an effect? Watch from the restart. And it was already disordered from the get-go. You see Giorgio trying to keep the 42 at bay. Jumping down to the bottom. And with that, PBR may be out of this event.
And 43 had been so strong in this race.
Jeff Perchatsky in the 5.
Just watch out for Malik right now. He's top 10.
I mean, for a split second, I could have seen that bumper maybe interlock. Polimus. That's a lot of damage to that 43 machine. I don't know if they can get that one fixed.
Not with this much remaining in the race. Not at least to be competitive and make his way back up through the pack.
You'll probably see the right side. Wilkerson led a ton of laps in this event.
How many did he lead in this event?
A good amount. Wouldn't be shocked if it was up there with maybe the top 3, top 5. So 16 will be 15 laps to go, and we slow them down again. Drew Jua, Braden Movick, Frank Corley back under pacing. You could tell the energy of the money's on the line, right? Because before it was logs laps, we got time, and now it's
desperation.
Desperation mode really being set in for the drivers outside the top 15. It's winner take all. And the amount of time you put into the event, the amount of testing you put, the amount of hours you made it through the duels, you waited from Tuesday to Sunday night. It's late, you're tired. Some have work tomorrow, some have school tomorrow. You want to end with the $1,000 bonus. You want to end with the $100 bonus. How do you get there, and how do you make it work?
Well, I mean, if you're up front, whatever Drew Jua is doing every restart, keep doing what your plan is because it's working. Now he's going to be restarting, I should say, beside Braden Movick. That'll be an interesting duo up towards the front. Movick, a very formidable driver at the end of these races. Coming to 15 laps left. Looks like Jua's going to pick the high side.
15 to go. Will be 14 to go when we restart this race. And there's Jacob Wilkerson crab walking. He is not done. Blaze Crawford back out. Chad Hornish back out. Wilkerson, Cortinez, there's the damage from Adam Garza. He'll try to get it replaced. Jua, Movick, Reel, and Horley is your new Fast Four. Not a lot of Toyotas up inside the top 10, mostly blue ovals and Chevrolets.
Yeah, I mean, blue ovals and Chevrolets, top 8.
Fastest lap time. Drew Jua, 45.353.
Oh, look at Truel, 45.223. Greenwood is a 45 flat. Oh, look at Movick though, 44.526.
He's been really rolling, but he's been in the draft most of this race. He has not been towards the end where the energy picks up, where things are getting exciting. This is where obviously the lap times don't really mean much, but at least something cool to know as we'll get ready for the restart again.
So 14 to go this time by as we go to green.
Not many laps left in this event. Horley is down on the apron. Van Drugman on the racing surface. Zachary Truel and others. Let's get ready to go. Jason Hall, Nathan Dew into the 18th position. Malik Ray, William Schmidt, Jeff Perchatsky, Van Drugman. Let's ride one more time. Daytona has been a treat. but how will it end? 14 to go. Drew Jua out in front. Mavic, he'll get a shove. Elects not to jump to lane 2.
Top line getting a little bit freight trained on the bottom. Mavic gonna make the move up to the high side. Down the super stretch. Push from Horley. Side by side with Jua for the lead.
And here comes Kral. He's got Truther. He's got Delgado. And now Douglas Newbigging. Drawing even for the moment was the Chevrolet on the Ford. But Drew Jua nose out in front of the center of 3 and 4.
Mavic there, he has it for a moment, but there's going to be that run on the bottom. Not anything that's going to materialize, though. 13 to go, Mavic your leader.
And when do you make the move if you're Frank Horley? Where do you jolt one way or the other? Reels on the inside, Mavic goes to cover. Zachary Truhl jumps to the bottom side as well. Horley top end, that's with Drew Chua. They shove along back to 1 and 2.
Don't tug on Superman's cape back in 9th. That is Malik Gray, defending winner of this event, trying to make his way forward. Very top line, going nowhere but backwards fast.
Real race leader, Truhl. Oh, he wanted P2, but he elects to stay with the 3. 2 by 2, 3 wide behind. Blaze Crawford jammed up on the bottom.
Real trying to get that push again, not going to happen. Horley clears him. Jua clears him. Top line rolling with 12 left.
And where do you go? Where do you see Van Drugman inside? He goes with Real. Horley inside. He's now with Drugman. They should line up well as Mavic and Drew Jua disconnect on the outside.
Dale Greenwood joins that battle in the 5th spot. He's in the mix now. Down low, Horley and Drugman. Right nose to tail. Mavic still with the lead.
11 to go it will be when they get back to the line. Down the super stretch into turn 3. Trouble! Kevin Champagne outside wall. Massive shot for the 94. He gets drop kicked back. We stay green as it's still pointed in the right direction.
Mavic and Jua side by side. The 38 now with the push from the 08. He's going to have it by a nose at the line. 12 to 11 to go.
What to do. Greenwood into Drew Jua. Gets the 38 out of shape. Malik Ray's on the scene. Doesn't go with the 08. Greenwood on the inside, Drew Jua on the outside. They're side by side off turn number 2.
And Greenwood with a nose there. It's dead even down the super stretch. Huge push from Mavic, huge push from Ray. Down the back, it's going to be Jua heading to 3 and 4.
Oh my goodness, this is what's on the line with 10 laps to go. $1,000 and a shot on top of the sim racing world. Schmidt, 6, top end. He's there to close. Carlos Truther in position. Mavic shoved to Greenwood. Greenwood goes wide. He leads. 10 remaining.
10 left, 10 laps to get that $1,000. It's all in front of you. Greenwood with the push from Jua. He goes down low to cover Mavic. That's going to open the door for the 38-01.
3 wide. Chase Crawl. Blaze Crawford. William Schmidt, where do you go? He's up the 4th. Look at Drew Jua. He's just able to keep control, but for how long? Here comes Malik Ray.
Not enough to get past the 38, that for the 01, but he is up to 2nd. A massive crash in the back with the 62 and 13. And the caution waves again with 9 to go.
It was Acevedo that got snuck in sideways, and that was all she wrote. Man. Wow. And now what?
I'm thinking a restart probably with 6 or 7 to go.
I would say so. Let's watch back. Acevedo in the 62. And they got help from Abraham Vila. No, it was Max Brady, netcode Slam, and it was with Douglas Newbigging. Those two got connected together, and that was it.
And then there was another spin just ahead of that as well, as they were coming to the yellow. That's why we saw people bail into the grass and pits.
Caution will wave. And pit road will be wide open. .153 of the 160. And we're going to restart under 10 laps remaining.
Just look at the cast of characters up there, the shift since the last restart. And Drew Jua still will be the leader.
Malik Ray, Dale Greenwood, Braden Movick, William Schmidt, Horley, Truther, Drugman, Barbagallo, Oswinoff.
How about Chase Crawl back in this in 11th?
Yeah. So much to wonder, so much to think, and this is what's remaining. And Drew Jua is doing a great job, doing a masterful job of staying up front while everyone is crowding him, surrounding him. And you wonder what could be after.
But this is going to be his most formidable adversary yet. Malik Ray, there's a reason that we've talked about him the way we have all night about how good he's been. He's the man to beat. We've talked about it. And Drew Jua is going to have to go out there and beat him, or somebody out in this pack is going to. So the choice that he makes of what lane to restart in here as they come around the tri-oval, this is going to be crucial if he wins this race.
Will be 7 to go this time by. Will be 6 to go next time. They'll get the 1 to go in this event. Multiple drivers out. They have 37 left going, but Cortinez, Adam Garza, Abraham Vila's there, and Spencer Burns has not moved. And we'll get ready to try it again.
All right. Lights on the pace car should come off this time by. The 38 will choose the bottom. So he'll have Dale Greenwood behind him. Malik Ray will have Braden Movick lined up with him. Behind the Fast Four, there's a little blink there from 38. Behind the Fast Four, we have the closer, Schmidt in the 79, and Frank Horley in 6, that fireball forward.
All right. Drew Jua, Dale Greenwood, Malik Ray. Can Malik Ray go back-to-back and become a two-time, the first two-time NWP 400 winner? Couple blinks here and there from drivers. Performance has been a struggle tonight on iRacing. Drew Jua. Oh, you're starting to see blinks.
Yep. He's had a few of them. It's the worst possible time, too.
It has really been just an event of attrition today. Everyone's performance, everyone on the ragged edge. 6 laps to go in the NWP 400. Drew Jua on the inside, Malik Ray on the outside. What remains from the World Center of Racing? Malik Ray outside, shoved by Mavic.
That restart was huge. The disconnect on the bottom is what's going to get Malik Ray pushed out to the lead with less than 6 to go, entering 3.
But he's got to be careful. Because yes, he is an e-ticket champion, but the one behind has won this twice. Not at Daytona this year, not at Daytona last year, but in the founding year of 2021. 5 to go.
Titus, this pack has been all night long, almost dead even. Malik Ray, Drew Jua, Braden Muppet with a big push up at the top. That's the 89 of Astronaut, who's getting the huge push from Crawford.
And Nathan Dew is in the mix.
Boom. There goes Muppet. He's going to make the move. Malik Ray can't cover both. He's going to get split. Braden Muppet to the lead with less than 5 to go.
And how does he hold on to it? Horley's in second, looking ever which way. Horley to the inside, Muppet in the middle.
The opening's there. Malik Ray out to the back of the 42. Will he pull the same move? Muppet pulled on him. The wall is his friend as the 22 has pinched him up. Top line gets clear, and Malik Ray goes for the lead.
Trevor Oswinoth right with them. The aid, it's going to help out the Chevrolet. Van Drugman needs to push Muppet if the 42 wants a fighting chance.
No one has control. Now it's Horley who's going to jump up in front of the 42. Try and get the push. Malik Ray goes up to block.
Makes it work. Ray on the outside with Horley. Oswinoff on the inside with Carlos Truther. He gets turned. Oswinoff into the wall.
And a huge crash. We're going to overtime.
For the first time in 2025. Unbelievable. Wow. Right in front of the field. Damage, Derek Shaver. Can he reel? And we try it again.
12th caution of the night.
Goodness.
And it leads the first overtime since 2024.
Man, oh man.
And now we'll see how they regroup the field through all of this, because Carlos Truther is contending maybe that he was the leader at the time of caution.
Watch Oswinoff, but are they going to penalize him if he wrecked them? He got on the quarter panel. That 54 maybe going to the back.
At the same time, did the 89 though go up and wasn't clear? He was loose well before that. We'll have to see at least a different angle of that. The 3 totaled in this wreck.
Oh man, the admins are going to have a big, big thing to make here.
Decisions.
That's a huge hit for the 89.
And when was the moment of caution? Who was the actual leader? At the moment, we have Carlos Truther out front. But that is depending on what the admins also saw.
They're debating. There was a lot of net code. Let's see it again. Everyone else be the judge.
Yeah, we got to see a different angle than the head-on.
We'll see it with the drone. I don't want to make this call. Luckily, we don't have to make this call.
I'm going to say, at least, and maybe the angle here will be different. I think it was more of a race. He was already loose getting out of the corner. I don't see how that's a penalty on the 54. Now the question is, when was the moment of caution? Because look how many passed the 01 and the 54.
And iRacing goes off scoring loops. They don't go off the initial time the caution was fired out.
But when did they pass which loop is also the question.
They're still showing Truth of the race leader, so we're going to see here.
And $1,000 on the line, this has to be the correct call. I'm standing firm with my thought. I think this was a racing deal. They're pushing hard. He's already loose. But, oh, that's big too. I don't know if you caught it on the first go-round. Malik Ray got a hit on the left front of that 01. What is the damage on that car, if any?
So right now, unofficially, Carlos Truther is the race leader. They are debating, and if you don't hear us talking, it's because we're reading the chats.
We want it to be
We
right.
want it to be right, too.
Just as much as all of you at home, and that's the important part. Make sure it's the right call.
Racing deal. They're going to let him finish the way it is. Carlos Truther will hold on to the race lead.
I think that's the right call.
And they're saying it's because you got to go at this point.
No, yeah, I mean, there's no way around it. You can't let off, or the guy behind you is going to send you up into the fence at that point. No way around it. So, Truther the leader over Malik Ray. We're going to be going to overtime. We are at the scheduled distance now, this time by. So 54.01, Drew Jua, Frank Horley up there, Braden Movick, and Dale Greenwood, the top 6. Truther will go with Horley. I don't think there's any surprise with that. They'll be working together very well, which means Drew Jua will give the push to Malik Ray on this restart.
Overtime in the NWP 400. Call the dogs, because get ready. This is going to be big. Truther elected the outside lane. He will line up with Horley in 22.
Now we saw it before that the 38 of Drew Jua didn't get the push on the last restart. That's what opened the door for Malik Ray to get the push by him as they went to the backstretch. So the important part here is not even the front 2 cars, it's the 38 and the 22. Whoever goes and gets the biggest push first, that's who's in control of this race as they get to a lap and a half left.
Get ready.
Oh, I'm ready. I am ready.
This is going to be something, whether you're watching back home as a fan, your favorite driver has a shot at this. Could Carlos Truther get it done? Frank Horley, Malik Ray, Drew Jua, Dale Greenwood, Braden Movick. Blaze Crawford hasn't led a single lap tonight. Van Drugman 3 on the line. And it's all going to come down to this.
$1,000. 5 miles away, overtime finish, Daytona summer night race. It doesn't get better than this.
Let's ride. We get to the line. The race is official. Next flag would end it.
Let us know who you think's going to win down in the chat.
Pace car, the hard left. Overtime attempt in the NWP 400.
A good restart on both accounts. Pushers are there behind him. Malik Ray with the slight advantage as they enter 1.
Truther on the outside with Frank Horley. No disconnect. Dale Greenwood is there. $1,000 on the line. Second pays nothing. First pays everything.
Truther clear with the lead. Does he bail on his drafting partner and block Malik Ray? There goes another in the back. Should be no yellow. They keep it going. Caution is out. Truther, Horley, Greenwood, Malik Ray back to 4th. We go to double overtime. 13th caution of the night. And you'll just have to wait a little bit longer for that $1,000, depending on who you are. We'll line him back up quick. So we went, I think, over a year without an overtime, and now we're doubling it up right off the bat. Oh, you see how fast Carlos Truther is getting back to that pace car. Yeah, I think he's amped up and ready. But the thing is now he will be pitted against Horley. Truther and Horley will be against each other, and it's going to be Greenwood behind the 22 and should be Malik Ray behind the 54.
Let's see it back.
I think you look back to the 94 here. This is well outside of the race for the win.
And that's what it usually is. If it's an overtime finish and it's outside of that ballpark range of the drivers going for it, they're not going to throw it, including if it's off the racing surface.
I'm surprised, I have to say, Preston NR, I'm surprised that that was a caution, especially this late in the game.
We'll go again.
Get it going.
Watch once more. This was going for, I believe, well outside the top 20, or at least outside the top 15. Christian Delgado turning Kevin Champagne, and they all bite the dust.
Sabrina Carpenter's taking it rough tonight. It's been a rough night for that 13.
Try it again. You're Carlos Truther. You're the race leader. How do you do it?
Another blink, and more blinks from the 01.
And that was another thing too, right? That caution doesn't come out. There's less drivers going for the win. That's less stress on everyone's system.
But he's just back in it. He's blinking non-stop, and he's the only one.
Oh, man. You just gotta wonder. All right, lights on. They're gonna get the one to go this time by. That's what they're calling.
I don't know if that 01 keeps blinking like that. They might have to pull him.
Yeah, they're gonna have to make a decision.
Because we just have another wreck at that point with them that packed close together. There's no way.
No way. It's getting worse and worse.
Because this is the equivalent in iRacing of an engine issue.
We call it. It's going to be a bombshell in the live chat. Man. It stopped. Well, I think they're going to wait till the one to go.
If that's the case, everyone just moves up the lane.
Yeah, I guarantee Malik Ray right now just took the Wi-Fi off his phone. He yelled at anybody that's in that apartment or house, hey, get off the internet. It's 1,000 on the line.
Do not take this away in any way. All right, here we go. Line them on up.
It's like that time you're on the interstate, right? You know you're going over the speed limit, and you see that cop, and you slow down, and you go. You do that eyeball, and
yeah, you're watching in the rearview mirror.
You're just watching.
Like, we good? I think we're clear. I think we're in the clear.
He didn't pull out of line. Malik Ray has stopped blinking.
Yep. All right.
A lot of these drivers, you might be wondering, well, where have been the interviews? Well, we stopped doing the interviews not just for ourselves, but even them, because they were having so many issues with the hardware. A lot of them had to leave the Discord servers.
We're pushing everything to the limit
Everything
tonight.
is on the limit, the line, just to get to the finish.
I can't wait for this finish. Before we go green.
From the admins, Malik Ray is all clear.
All right.
All right.
Just before we get to the finish, quick reminder, Wednesday night we'll be live on Eric's channel, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, NWP. Going to be a lot of fun, a lot of news to talk about with that one, that's for sure.
And why this event has been commercial-free on YouTube, all thanks to the Pit Stop. You can check out the Pit Stop Racing diecast and memorabilia on the Whatnot app or whatnot.com. Be the official home for all your merchandise needs, as they're an official allocator of Lionel Racing. Link to them in the description below. Jarrett, let's ride. This is all on the line. It's going to be money lot time if we get to the white flag. Everyone back at home, eyes glued to the screen. Carlos Truther, Frank Corley, Dale Greenwood, and Malik Ray. That is the Fast Four.
Take a deep breath, get ready to go. The 01 and the 08, those are the two most important cars on the track right now. Whichever one of them gives the best push entering into turn one could decide who goes for the win in this thing.
Here we go. Frank Horley, 22. Carlos Truther in the 54. Back green, overtime attempt number 2. Horley led him up.
Yeah, and Truther gonna have that lead. Worked with the teammate. Top side has the advantage. Top 3 get clear. I'm expecting that 01, if he has the momentum to pull out at any point. Top line is going. The top 6 are clear, and they're all Guys who have been at the front of this pack.
They want this to be decided amongst themselves. Sliding deep in the field, Douglas Newbiggin goes around. They keep it green up to this point. Second overtime attempt. If Carlos Truther makes it to the line, the race is official.
Down low, Braden Buffett trying to make a move with Van Drugman. Up high goes Malik Ray. It's tandeming almost, coming to the line.
This race is going to be official for the World Center of Racing. Caution is out, and we will have a restart.
A triple overtime. The pack is quickly getting whittled down. 14th caution of the night. Here we go again. I just want to know what it was for. Not even on the screen.
No. And it had to be deep.
Oh, man. Well, if you want a green flag finish, you're going to get your money's worth in one way or another. So, the teammates, basically tonight, will be starting back up side by side again. Flawlessly executed that restart. No big rule about getting to one lane or another before the line as a leader.
Man.
But do they have another one in them? As we're probably going to get up to about 170. Well, here's the question, too, for those who have been out there the whole time, John.
You got to start
fuel. The fuel has to be a question because we pit with about 25 or so to go. A lot of these people, but a lot of them haven't pit since. So for those who haven't, you're starting to get to that range. Like, you're going to be pushing it.
So Dame Barbagallo goes up and into the outside wall. There is no caution until they closed in on the tri-oval. Let's watch it again.
Because there was the initial wreck in the back, but at this point, you're thinking relax, yellow should be on, you know?
The thing, we've had a couple of e-tickets this year, right? One caution. Yeah, so at this point, they're out. Douglas Newbiggin, Ben Pierce, they're sliding, they're out of the groove, they're out of the way. There is no caution to be matched. No one is stuck down the back straightaway. Jaden Hall is parked in the grass. He's going to go ahead and go to pit road.
Nasmanath gets moving.
Unless it's because Jaden Hall sat there.
If that's the case.
If that's the case, then that's an L5. Or, yeah, because he just didn't move.
Yeah, I don't know why hasn't moved to this point. If that's the case, then
honestly, then good call.
That was a good call. Yeah, then that's on us.
I'll switch up.
That's on us for overreacting early. But he should be out of this race if the damage already didn't take him out. And there's no reason he should still be there.
And that was why. Right
Good call.
Jaden Hall did not move.
And that's why, John, we are not the ones making those calls. We're not. That was a good call.
I'll admit we're
wrong.
Wow.
We're wrong.
If Jaden Hall was not moving, you can't have the field flying on by with him just parked there.
Yeah.
Because now Jaden Hall he's distraught. He's angry. He knows he is lost.
But the thing is we've seen people get out into the grass, save it, and then come back and still go for the win at different points. We can't put that at risk with somebody just sitting on the apron.
The thing is, everyone's up against performance issues. Like, you're watching this back at home, right? Maybe saying, come on, end this, right? I got to go to bed. We're all on the edge of our seat because we're just hoping every driver gets there without any problems, right? And we're the same way.
Yes, we are. But again, good call on the admin's part. Because at first I thought it was like, was it for a one-car wreck? Are you serious? But no, it's the 74 just being a numbnuts.
All right. Here we go again. Overlays on left side of your screen. Lights off on top of the pace car. Here we go.
All right, and you're seeing they're lining up now side by side again, 54 and 22. Do they pull off the teammate restart again? Try and go.
Shock me.
I think they should. It's the smart move. You don't want to let Jua or Malik Ray into this thing if you don't have to, because that also then holds back Van Drugman. It holds back Braden Movick, William Schmidt. Dean Brummett is back in the running for this win tonight.
Dean with a shot. Orly, Truther. Admins on the edge, fans on the edge, drivers on the edge. That's right, it is an e-ticket.
And you know what? We're looking, it's past 11:30 on the East Coast. You gotta think fatigue is gonna play a part in this for a lot of these drivers. It's been a long night, and it just got that much longer.
Here we go. Carlos Truther, Frank Corley, Drew Jua, Malik Ray. Overtime attempt number 3. From the World Center of Racing, 2 to go.
Perfect restart. Oh, and Drew Jua gets in between the 22 and the 01. That's a big, big move. As now Drugman and Dean Brummett on the high side, but they're going nowhere fast.
3 wide, no big movement. There it is. Drew Jua to the outside of Malik Ray. Truther to cover. They leave Horley, and lane 2 thunders ahead down the super stretch.
Drew Jua now has the opening on the high side. Malik Ray gets up into the wall. Movick down low behind Truther. He's going to get the 54 in the push, heading to 4.
Icing, dicing, 3 wide. It's all on the line. Sideways.
There they go.
Sideways goes.
They're around.
Do they make it to the line? That's the question. Is this race official? Yes, it is. Salamanca. 1 to go from Daytona.
There goes Truther. He has Braden Movick behind him, Horley with him, and the 2023 winner, Dean Brummett, heading to the super stretch.
Down the back straightaway, here they come. Movick, does he make the move? A third e-ticket title is on the line. Horley's in third. Dean Brummett to the outside with Shaver.
He's got the push. Brummett up top with Shaver, but do they have enough? Movick right on the bumper of the Truther 54.
This is the finish of the 2025 NWP 400. Movick topside. Slammed by Truther. Checkered flag waving. Braden Movick has won the 2025 NWP 400. He's a 3-time e-ticket champion.
What a move. Waited till the perfect moment to make the pass. And the season of struggles has finally given way to the third e-ticket win. Braden Movick, Nick Weiss. John, I think we know exactly the first thing he's going to yell at us when we interview him.
And to think, what should that have been a caution? Some will ask. They tried throwing it, but the leader got to the line. And that race was official. Braden Movick wins it. Unreal. 3 overtime attempts. And now he will celebrate in victory lane. Burns it down the front straightaway.
I just realized we finally got our last lap pass for the win in this race.
Yeah. It happened after 5 attempts. Unbelievable. NR Night in America fueling victories all year long. Well, number 3. Can you believe that? And now becomes the second most winningest driver for an e-ticket and NR Night in America. Truther so close.
He pulled up just enough to make sure the 42 was passed so he could get his girl on the start-finish line.
And that is the most Braden Movick thing I've seen.
You gotta love it. What was the margin? I want to. That's the question I want, because it was so close to the line.
Man. Unbelievable. We'll talk to your winner in just a moment. The fight, the struggle, and a huge wreck coming to the line. And they thought about throwing it. Just couldn't get it in time. Let's go interview him.
The
He's
one
not in
time
the
he's
Discord
not.
yet. If I'm not mistaken, he was another one. He had to get out of the Discord because of the iRacing performance issue that was going on. And we'll see it right here if we're not mistaken. The difference, the margin, we'll have to get it in just a matter of moments. Left side of your screen, you can at least see the running order, what would have been somewhat the top 20. We'll get it all updated in just a matter of moments. But yes, wild finish. We'll watch back on the replay. Braden Movick going to victory lane. Let's see it. We did have that blinking just after the line, but then things quickly changed when the backup system came in that was added after last year's NWP 400, and Braden Movick goes and finds victory lane. We continue to wait for him. Oh my gosh, what a wild night.
I'm curious what he's going to say for winning
I'm
1,000.
really curious. There he is. And he was talking to the Team T drivers. Braden Movick, congratulations.
How about that, baby?
$1,000. You're standing up. I want to hear it all.
Man.
The final 20 laps, 15 laps, 3 overtimes. What went through your mind?
I thought it was over on that one restart where I went from 5th to 8th. I thought I was done. And then, man, I got back to the lead. Or not the lead, but I got back to 5th when the yellow came out. Coming to the white. And I still thought it was over at that point. I hated restarting on the bottom in the third lane. I hated it. But I don't know, man. I don't even remember what happened that first half of the second to last lap. I don't even know. But they got single filed out on the top. Malik left just a little gap, a nice solid car width right on the top. I took him 3. He blocked late, put himself on the wall that stacked everyone up behind us. And then right when that happened, Drew went to the top of 40, and I just shot to the bottom with all the momentum in the world. Just didn't lift. I think I almost took his ass out. And then at that point, we were just going to the bottom.
The caution almost got flown on the last lap. What's your opinion?
Oh, I'm well aware. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't remember. But the second I got to the bottom, I was pushing 40 until out of 4. And when out of 4, my water temp was like 290. We were about to blow up. Made the move perfectly the first time. Gotta give a huge shout out to 40 for not throwing me into the wall like 95% of everyone in here would have done. So he's getting a little bit of the cut.
Oh, how about that's what you were talking about.
Yeah, I'm giving him a little bit of a cut for that. And I'm probably gonna give Bean a little bit of that cut as well because he stuck with it. He stuck with us both on that bottom. He could have jumped up, made a move, and won the race himself, but he stayed with us, so I'm giving him some as well.
2 100ths, 2/10 of a second. 2/10 of a second.
No, that's 2 100ths.
Excuse me, 2 100ths of a second. Carlos.
I might be going to Daytona, man. I might be going to Daytona in 4 days now.
Get the Venmo. That's what we got to send it through. Congratulations. What do you want to say to this crowd?
That was awesome. Latinas forever. I am no longer just a 2-time bum.
Skull, man.
I now firm second most. Back the way it should be. Just no luck at all year with these races. And man, I just drove my ass off for this one. No one was taking this one from me today.
Wow. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Man. So, do you go for 4?
I don't even know where the next one is.
It is going to be later this year.
If it's Talladega, probably not, because my internet does not like that track in America.
Oh, so you mentioned Frank DeAngelis in the duels. His stuff was acting up, and you said it's the same thing for you at Talladega. What is up with certain tracks and certain setups?
I don't know, man. I don't know, because at Talladega, in every other, like in officials and league races, I don't have any problems, but it's I think I read up on it. It's like something like my computer connecting to your session, or no, it's your session connecting to my computer. It's just weird like that. Some certain tracks and combos and people hosting, that's just the way it goes. For some reason, it's really annoying because, I mean, I don't get a chance to race really at Talladega and e-tickets anymore because of it. And I mean, like Dylan Basin has the same problem. Every time he joins NR, he just blinks out of his mind, but everywhere else he doesn't blink at all. So I don't know. It's just it's really selective. But man, I'm really happy I still get to race Daytona. I love this place so much.
Unbelievable.
My legs are shaking. I worked 12 hours yesterday. It was hot. I was sweating my balls off. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't say that. Sorry. I'm a little excited.
It's a little late now.
Yeah. NWP After Dark.
Fair.
IDK edition. Here we go. But man, I was yelling at 40 out of 2. I was like, "Don't wall me. If you wall me, I'm literally killing you. Do not wall me. If you don't wall me, I'll give you money." And I said, I care more about the title of a 3-time more than I do the money. But
man,
how about that? I gotta shout out Tyler Tinsley for making this beautiful race car. God, Latinas are just so awesome. I knew it was gonna bring me the good luck. I knew it was. Oh, thank God for Latinas. I don't even believe in God, but tonight I do, and her name is Lola Vice, so. Oh man, I'm hot. I gotta go get some water.
I think we all do.
Yeah, we do.
Man,
my voice hurts.
This was one of the harder e-tickets to go ahead and put on. We knew it was going to happen when we went, wow, Hoosier went pretty easily. In and out.
Yeah. It always happens like that. Always happens.
And that's when it was like, uh-oh, that means the next one is going to be the biggest one to do. Congratulations on the finish, Braden Movick. 3-time e-ticket champion.
Let's go.
And we'll continue to go through. Carlos Struther did finish second. Let's hear what he's got to say. And we'll go over it post-race, how it all went down, everyone's opinion. Going to talk about it as well. Mr. Carlos Struther, P2, congratulations.
Yes. What a night. What a car.
What a car.
I just got to thank the boys back at the Team T shop, all race.
It's a great day for Team T.
We were dealing with these nonsense DMs. We had Malik Ray on the Team T chat trying to get Bean to break the alliance, but Bean stood strong. Movick stood strong. He's a freedom asset. In fact, sorry. What do you want to say? Hold on.
What did you just say?
What do you mean? Team T Alliance drivers.
Okay. Well, my question to you is, the final couple laps. You're in that moment. What were you thinking?
Don't wreck myself. Those cautions were really annoying, but we fought through. Then, you have no idea the sigh of relief I felt when Movick keyed up on the radio on the white flag, and he's like, "It's just us three. It's just us three," and I was like, "Bet." So then we settled it between us three.
You very much did settle it between you three. A couple of overtimes. What was that like in the chat for you all?
It was rough. It was so rough. I was my heart was beating out of my chest with 10 to go, and then just pacing around under caution. That was brutal. Is it confirmed that Bean got the lap sled?
I think so. Yes, he did. $100 bonus for Frank Quarterly. Oh man,
TMT's cashing out tonight.
Wow. And we'll get him as well, but P2, you didn't get what you wanted, but Movick said, if I'm not mistaken, that you'll be getting a piece of the cut. You still got to be feeling really good about yourself.
Oh, I'm sure when you talk to the chat, you'll figure it out, but this is a great night. This is a phenomenal, that's the greatest way that could end it. Perfection. Good drive, Movick. Did you see that move he pulled on me?
I did.
That's a
I
good
didn't know.
move.
I didn't know it was gonna work until
I mean,
the absolute run you had completely came apart.
I didn't think that guy was gonna push him. I thought he was gonna push me, to be fair, but you know, oh well. P2's P2. It was a good drive for the 54 machine. Shout out to Ty Gibbs. Subscribe to I Have 40 Wins. Do I get to shout out the chat now?
Go ahead.
Hell yeah. Let's go. We got Zmog. Zmog didn't make the race. He wrecked himself out in the duel. Sucks. Not the duel, the LCQ and the duel. DBJ, baiting too much. He's annoying. Nah, DBJ's an idiot. He was baiting all race. He was trolling iRacing. Glizzy, cool. We like Glizzy. Glizzy was an ally. He was our spotter. Except Creeper, TJ. We love Mar. Mateo. I don't know if you saw Mateo's race, but he was so unlucky this race. His throttle broke. So many penalties. KD, Addy's in there. IDK player. Frank, Nate. Movement. Jaw. We got Mia. BKR. Haven't seen BKR in a while. Rub Dog. Muvik. We hate Jackson. He's a baiting. No. Brett. Beans cool.
I've never had a
Jocko,
post-race interview like this.
And Kyle. Shout out to Team T. Good drive, boys. Look forward to the next one. This is a Team T night. Remember that.
It is a Team T night. Carlos Struther, P2. We get Dean Brummett, who did cross the line in the 3rd position. Wow. Dean, you've been in this position before on the other end as a winner, P3. How does it feel?
I'll tell you what, to have gone through everything I went through tonight and still had a chance at the end, John, that was all worth it. I'm not gonna lie, when I got caught up in the big one there, I almost walked away because I just had so much damage, but the car still said repairable, and just started doing repairs, and the cautions started just happening one after the other, and finally was able to go through and get it fixed. And dude, once it was fixed, after I'd spent over 100 laps just having a gigantic parachute on the car, it felt like it was flying through the field. And got there going into turn 3, and I see a run coming from behind me, and I thought, man, maybe if I jump this thing, it'll push me around. But the second my nose hit the air, that's the bad thing about this next gen car. The lead car doesn't pull unless there's another car pulling and another car pulling and another car pulling, and so I just didn't have the chance to get the run to the outside. I was sitting there in my head thinking, man, if I can get this thing to get up to Muvik's right rear, it may arrow push me straight off the corner and to the win. But just to have a chance, even after everything we went through tonight, that's all I could ever ask for.
It was an insane run. Great to see you come back. The 07 back in contention. Was there a shot coming off turn 4 maybe at all? I know there was so little cars.
It was tough, but I was at that point when I realized that the run was just not going to go anywhere off the nose of the 21. The only thing I could kind of hope for there is just the 3 guys up front just to wreck. And I thought for 1 second I was going to see it. I think maybe if when the big wreck happened off 4, because I got slowed up a little bit and Horley was able to get in front of me, I think maybe if I'm sitting there in 3rd instead of in 4th, I've at least got a chance to try to throw it 3 wide at the line. But just from where I was, unless the front 2 got themselves slowed down somehow, there was no way unless everybody wrecked. But like I said, sometimes that's just how it is, and you know, it was fun. It was frustrating at some points. I'm not even gonna lie, but it was a fun run. Would have liked to have led a couple laps tonight, but at least one of them. I don't care about leading the most laps. $100 is cool, but that cool 1,000 for Mr. Latina lover over there. That's gonna be some good money, buddy.
Indeed. Dean, it's always a pleasure speaking with you. Congratulations. Podium finish, your 2nd one of this event.
Hey, yeah, like I said, it's definitely cool. I've had some problems finishing some of these e-tickets lately, just bad luck of not of my doing, but always, like I said, got to thank God for giving me the talent, the ability to drive these cars, and thanks to my wife for putting up with me while I try to. So, guys, I've been off work for 3 weeks. $1,000 would have been great, but we got to be up for work finally at 4:30 in the morning. So you all
go to bed.
Have a great evening, and we're going to go to bed with a podium.
Indeed. Congratulations. That is Dean Brummett. We'll quickly get Frank Horley here, as he did get the $100 bonus Orly, John Ramos, you got a copy.
Yeah.
$100 bonus. Congratulations.
Yeah. It's good. Glad I could get that for leading the most laps. I went into this race with the goal of leading a lot of laps, and I did that. I led the most. And the ending of the race was just teamwork executed to perfection. And Team T, you know, we are such a family. We really are. And it's like me, 40, and
propaganda is at a new max tonight.
Well, you guys are going to hear this for 1 year
I'm well
straight.
aware. I'm well aware.
You guys are not going to hear the end of this. And to those baiters in the chat, like bait about iRacing, you know who you are. I want to see you guys go out here and do this, because what we executed that perfectly. Me and 40, we had that planned, those last 2 restarts, and Mavik was with us. And then when they wrecked coming to the white, and I was like, oh my god, guys, it's just us 3. And we on the last lap, like as we were going through 1 and 2, we were discussing splitting it evenly into thirds and doing 333 each. And then down the back, like Brummett made the move on me, and I stayed. If those weren't my teammates, I probably would have jumped up in front of them. But I was sticking to my guys till the end of the race, and I'm glad to see Mavik win. He's a great dude, deserves it. And yeah, getting 4th and getting a little bit of a pay stub feels pretty good.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Wait, before you kick me, I gotta shout out some people. So,
if it's Team T again, I'm about to kick you out because we literally just had that.
It's not Team T.
Okay.
So to the people in the chat that watched the race, Brett, Accept, Jocko, TJ, you know who you are. Thank you for supporting us. You guys saw a show. You guys saw us dominate that race. To the other Team 3 drivers, Nate, Zmog, Mateo, you all are incredible. It was an honor working with you for this past week with the duels and the main race. And yeah, I'm getting $200 tonight, so I can't complain.
Yeah. The thing is, we know all of them, so it's like when I hear it again, and I know that group chat's gonna be blowing up.
The 500+ people watching do not know who they are, but they're the people behind the scenes that. Yeah, they're the people behind the scenes that.
That Twitter better get restarted, by the way.
Yeah, who else is in the chat? Ruben, did I shout you out? I don't know if I did. Ruben, shout out to Ruben. Shout out to. Shout out to Linz. I don't know if she's watching, but Linz, I'm sorry for disrespecting you.
Oh my goodness.
And yeah, shout out to Malik and Drew as well. They were fun to race them. And yeah, that's all I gotta say.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
$100 bonus going to Frank Horley. Let's go ahead and jump through the finishing results here in just a matter of moments. Wow, what a night. And we're going to get through everything that had to go on behind the scenes just to get to the finish line. Braden Mavik wins it. Carlos Truther, Dean Brummett, Frank Horley, top 4. Derek Shaver, 5th. Blaze Crawford, Zachary Truel, Barrett Polimas, Chase Crawl, and Malik Ray end up being the top 10.
Kevin Champagne up in 11th, and Jackson Bice, Jason Hall, Nathan Barrows, William Schmidt, the top 15. Max Brady, 16th. 17th, Delgado, Real, Perchatsky, and Yaroslav Donskoy, the top 20.
Trevor Oswinoff, Douglas Newbigging, Dale Greenwood, Nathan Dew, and Van Drugman, the top 25. Zachary Trevino, Ben Pierce, Drew Jua, Mateo Ortiz, and Everett Krauts, the top 30.
Outside of there, everyone with trouble. Dominic Barbagallo in 31st, Jaden Hall in the 74 and 32nd, Chad Hornish 33rd, Acevedo, Vila, Wilkerson, Garza, Cortinas, Riker, Byron, Finnegan, Myers, the top 40, Spencer Burns 41st, Terrell Baker 42nd, Kai Collymore disqualified from the race for internet issues, last 43rd tonight.
Spencer Burns, fastest lap of the race of 44.520. Back to our studios in Nashville, Tennessee. If you see the bags under our eyes, yet we're going to explain why. Wow. I mean, I just cannot believe it. The duels went very smooth. Hoosier 400. And we knew it. We said something is going to be interesting tonight. let's start off with the performance issues. Some drivers did message us. They said, hey, we're running into performance issues. Once it got to 2, it wasn't a worry. Once it got to 6, 7, 8,
Yeah.
that's when you start thinking back to Alabama. That's when you start thinking back to last year, and that's what we ran into. So iRacing has the update. We haven't had an issue with performance all year long, and for Vietnam flashbacks, you start thinking back to last year.
You just saw my face of like, oh no. But luckily, for the most part, things went pretty cleanly on that side of it to the finish.
I wish we recorded our version of, what we saw for the finish. So from what it looked like, it was a mixture of things. Just a lot of things were going on. For the ones that saw the duel second year in a row, no issues, same setup, same formula, and must have not accounted for what the graphics would be day and night with the whole Daytona refresh. The sparks definitely played a big role in that one blink out wreck, so we apologize for that. Jared, I'm just going to say it. Never in my life have I ever called a finish going, the second they take the white flag, take the overlays off.
You had me
over here. I felt like I was.
He had me give you a signal just in case you forgot. It was to tap his arm, remember.
I felt like I was controlling a Boeing 777 on descent while trying to do play-by-play of the Boeing 777 on descent. Nonetheless, an e-ticket to remember, so we thank you all so much for helping out. Cautions, they came pretty late, and they came in a hurry. It was a little bit interesting. We had a switch-up. I'm not sure if we announced it or not on that last overtime. For the ones that are new to NR Night in America, you may not know, relax yellows. We enable them when we do have too many cautions. The reason why we do that is it's pretty simple. We don't have to go to the aid of a driver in a simulator. We don't have to check in on a driver. Once we got X amount of cautions back to back for incidents that were off the track or maybe some driver just sitting, it was like, okay, that obviously they're going for the $1,000 like what we do in NR Night in America. Once we have so many cautions, it's not going to stop. We know it's not going to stop until it's last man standing. So Relax Yellows was enabled. It was typed in the admin chat, and honestly, we almost got a caution right then and there. The decision was made to throw the caution pretty late, but by the time the decision was made, guess what? Caution did not come out because Carlos Truther already got to the line. So that's how it all went down. A couple drivers going over the finish. Kind of reminiscent to the first NWP 400.
Yeah, it was. I mean, very small amount of drivers at the finish of that when we had a wreck. Maybe a little different circumstances, but still. But either way, a really fun night. Added history to probably the most historic event in this community. All that work.
Wow.
All that time. Yeah. Anyone want to shout out?
Anybody want to shout? How about all the viewers that have tuned on in? Thank you guys so much. It was a mission like none other to have this event. We know the extent that people, put on these e-tickets, right? How much they look forward to it. The last couple of days, they were tough. They were really tough to put this event on. Sleepless nights, early mornings, whatever it took. I'm going to be honest, I'm very proud of the whole team, the admin team. I know some people were anti-admin, and we understand that. No, the admin team is awesome. Amazing.
Made some tough calls tonight.
There were a lot of tough calls, and for a lot of those admins, for some of them, first time doing it, and they've been on the other end of it. Why is that a caution? This isn't a caution, but when you're in the moment, X amount of people are watching back at home, $1,000 on the line, that energy really gets added in. And you know what? They did an amazing job because you rather than throw a caution than be uncertain. But with all the performance issues, the relaxed yellows came in. Usually with relaxed yellows, we relax the yellows. And by the time the decision was made to throw the caution, Carlos Truther got that front nose just on the finish line for us to say white flag. It was fun. We'll love to hear from your opinions, including the live chat, but we want to thank the top fans tonight. Lucky Duck, Unknown, and Drake as the big three. We did have some super chats tonight. We're very thankful for that. Justin Drake said 2024 Xfinity Roval all over again. I saw a lot of comments going, agreed. But you know what? Unique e-ticket. If this is your only e-ticket you've watched this year, I mean, we almost thought Hoosier was going to go caution-free.
Yeah.
That was a couple weeks ago.
We've had a few nearly go caution-free this year.
One caution. It was 60-something drivers, too.
62, I think.
Yeah, 62 drivers. One caution. Florida 500, not as many. Alabama, not as many. Indianapolis, not as many.
Heck, even last year, Chicagoland, not as many later in the year as well.
Indeed.
I don't think we've had this many cautions in an e-ticket in years.
Yeah, and Chevrolet goes on top. Lucky Duck dropping out the gifted membership. Lucky Duck with the 149. Andrew Winslow, Noah, XL Hunter, Lucky Duck as well. David Bell, Life Opstead, Lucky Duck again. Eric W, the 1 gifted membership. Thank you so much for gifting the $100 bonus. And a Lucky Duck with the 149. What a fantastic fun event it was. Jarrett, your thoughts?
Just finally can catch my breath. I mean, again, adding more history, whether it be maybe a little controversial for some, maybe it be a little sloppy for others, but either way, it's an e-ticket event. We've added to this. It's 5 consecutive years of this, more than any other e-ticket event. I can't help but be proud of what we've put on, with especially the work everyone put into this event. So much work, weeks. In some cases with us, with getting the planning and logistics right, months of work in advance to this. I mean, we don't say it too much, but John, I believe we had some ghost planning, basically skeleton planning, like in December, but we really started actually getting details together for this in February, March of this year, and we've been working on this in the background as well with other e-tickets. I'm proud of what the team put on. Could things have been different? Sure, but that happens. That's racing.
Is it
That's
really
life.
fun if it's perfect? Let's be honest. There's no story that is great, that is perfect. And let's be honest, the best e-tickets we've had, I'm just going to say it, have had the best stories because of all the challenges. Who remembers the Hoosier 400? I remember because I called it. But for some of you guys, you didn't see the Hoosier 400. It was almost smooth sailing the entire time. And this one was not. And I think I'm going to remember this one more than the Hoosier 400. And honestly, let's go back to Super Speedway for the ones that are watching for the first time. Have we ever had a Super Speedway e-ticket not have some type of controversy? I don't think so.
Nah, not there's always something in some way.
That's part of it.
That's why, as long as we're not having like a scoring error or stripping a win from somebody, like it's to me, it's just normal day.
We understand part of the draw of the Super Speedway side, the unpredictability, and you really can't control racing. Once those drivers fire off into turn 1, 400 miles will set their fate. And tonight, it came around every corner, every turn. You just didn't know. From the performance side of multiple drivers, including our own side on the production facility, to what you got to see. If you were entertained, we were glad for you to be a part of it. I'm John Ramos alongside Jarrett Lumberg. We want to thank Danny B. Talks and Eric Estep for coming on as a part of the 5th annual NWP 400. We say so long from virtual Daytona International Speedway. We hope to see you all real soon.